Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Comox Valley Regional District meeting of September 12th to order. And I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. They are the keepers of this land, and we are grateful for their past and present stewardship. And as part of our commitment to reconciliation, we educate ourselves and the public on the contents of the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Today we have call to action 31, and it's on justice. We call upon the federal, provincial, and territorial governments to provide sufficient and stable funding to implement and evaluate community sanctions that will provide realistic alternatives to imprisonment for Aboriginal offenders and respond to the underlying causes of offending. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to the adoption of minutes from August 29th. August 29th and August 31st. Moved by Arbor, seconded by Grant. And any discussion on those minutes? And so vote the full board, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And we're on to business arising from minutes. We have a delegation follow-up from Friends of Rails to Trails, Vancouver Island. Moved by Hillian, seconded by McCullum. And I'll pass it over to staff for the follow-up.
Thank you, Chair, and pleased to introduce Jake Martin, General Manager of Corporate Services, to provide this update on the delegation that was presented to the board a couple of weeks ago. Jake.
Thank you, James, and through the chair. Yes, as the board will recall, we did receive a delegation from the Friends of Rails to Trails, and they provided a variety of information on a business study that they are proposing. The board had directed staff to come back to this table with a work plan to itemize our process through the provincial planning process. That is still outstanding. We will take this report and the request under advisement and come back to the board with a proposal in due course. Thank you, Jake.
And any comments, questions? I don't see any. Okay. So I guess that was just a follow-up, so we're not on receipt. We're moving on to delegations, and we have a couple today, starting with the Comox Valley Crime Stoppers, Stuart Hartman. Moved by Arbor, seconded by Grant. And yeah, please come up to the podium, and you'll have 10 minutes to present, and then questions after that if you wish.
So, good afternoon. I'm Stuart Hartman, the president of Comox Valley Crime Stoppers, and have been for probably 11 of the last 12 years. Thank you for inviting us to do a presentation to you today. It's a privilege and it's timely. You see, around 10 years ago, we came before this board seeking some form of funding assistance for our organization. We'd been in the municipalities and they liked what we did, but they said what we do is a regional function. So we came to you seeking assistance, and you were very receptive, but there was one problem, and that was that the amount that we were seeking was so small relative to the cost of going to the taxpayers to get a new mill rate approved that it wasn't an easy decision until they found that there was a mill rate that was only partially used. I think it was for victim services. And so we were able to slide in on that mill rate to the sum of $12,000. And we've been receiving that annually from you ever since. We have never asked for an increase. We're good stewards of the money that we have. Included in your agenda is an item called Our Story. I hope you have it there, which briefly tells about our origins, history, and what we do. I won't read that to you, but I would like to highlight and expand on some parts of it. First of all, we've been serving the Valley for over 30 years. And I was reading a scrapbook I found in storage recently, and it would seem that Crime Stoppers was founded in 1899 by a largely group of Courtney Legion members who were trying to solve who had damaged a war memorial. And they thought that if they could create an anonymous way for people to report on it, that they might have a solution. We are part of over 1,800 Crime Stoppers organizations worldwide. Well, some of those organizations just focus on managing the tips lines. We do more than that, with a goal of reducing crime in the valley. We don't just do brand advertising. We do a lot more than that in a variety of ways, with a special focus on what I call high volume crimes. For example, a few years ago, we worked with our local police to publicize the Garage 529 anti-bike theft app and assisted in getting riders to install unique stickers on their bikes, download the app on their phones, and register their bikes. Many hundreds of local bikes were registered under that program. In the Greater Vancouver area, where they have worked hard to promote and implement that program, bike thefts are down over 40% since the program's inception. January is recognized nationally and provincially as Crime Stoppers Month. That gives us an opportunity to showcase our organization and what we do. For several years now, we've booked a 4-page wrap in the January edition of the Comox Valley Record. I don't know whether you know what a 4-page wrap is, but it's that 4 pages that they stick on around the Record newspaper. It's probably something that a lot of people just peel off and put in the recycling bin. But we believe that if we can put good readable content into that wrap, people won't do that. And so we work hard at that, and we're very fortunate. We've got a person on our board who is very skilled at doing those sort of things for us. And I have this here. I couldn't include it in your agenda easily, but you can pass it around. This particular one is one we work with with the school district. This year, we worked with the school district. As you may remember, they were seeing a significant increase in vandalism and graffiti. So in a wrap this last January, we had not only anti-vandalism ads, but also a couple of good readable stories, one telling about the cost to the district and taxpayers of that vandalism, and a second describing the effect it had on school district staff who had to be called out evenings and weekends to repair and remediate. A few years ago, for a wrap, we worked with the Transition Society targeting domestic violence. That wrap included several articles, not just about the prevalence and effect of the violence, but also about various programs that are available to victims. Other criminal activity we have targeted includes shoplifting and theft from vehicles. For the shoplifting, we not only ran advertisements, but also distributed posters to hard-hit businesses. Shoplifting is one of those crimes where individual incidents might not involve a large amount of money unless it's one of the ones that organized crime are doing. But over the course of a year in the Comox Valley, I would suggest that you're looking at $1 million plus in total value of items taken. And it's a serious problem for businesses, and it results in increased costs to the shoppers. For the last couple of summers, one of the things we've done is sponsored radio ads urging motorists to lock up their vehicles when not attended. Vehicle theft from vehicles is what I call a theft of opportunity. If you leave your vehicle open, you are at serious risk of someone coming along and taking from it. What statistics show in the Comox Valley is that it's very rare for a vehicle to be broken into, but extremely common for an open vehicle to have something taken from it. More recently, we've had a representative of the Downtown Courtenay Business Association come to one of our meetings to talk about crime in the downtown core and what might be done about it. That topic's going to be on the agenda of our meeting later this month. On occasion, we will set up an information booth at a busy event or a prominent location. This year, we were able to purchase a good quality tent canopy booth with a newly designed Comox Valley Crime Stoppers logo on the canopy. We debuted it at Downtown Courtenay's Market Day, and we're busy engaging with the public, distributing brochures and reminding them that we need their help in keeping our communities safe. There is a fair amount of crime in the Comox Valley, as you must be aware. I don't know whether any of you actually monitor it very closely. I try and do so, and so I monitor the court lists that the BC Ministry of Justice makes it very easy for the public to see. You can access not only the day's court lists, but you can access the completed court list for the previous 5 court days, or you can access the court lists for the upcoming 5 court days. And if you want to get a handle on what's happening in the Valley, it's very interesting to do that. Not only that, but the Ministry of Justice also has a site that you can go to that allows you to search a person's name, and it will, if they have committed any crimes in the last 20 years, show what the court record is for that. So it's important that someone keep track of what's going on in the way of criminal activity in the Valley, because you vote to fund the police. And if you know what's happening, it gives you a better sense of how valuable they are. Finally, I'd like to mention that when we last spoke to you some 10 years ago, there were 25 regional Crime Stoppers program in the province. Now, there are only 16, as some have merged and others have folded. The main reasons: lack of consistent funding and difficulty recruiting members. Those 2 reasons are interrelated. If you're having difficulty raising funding for your program, it's hard to get people to join your board. The boards that survive have some form of funding from local government. Thank you for your assistance. It has been critical to our continued existence and success. Now, if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to try and answer them.
Great. Thanks so much for that presentation. And we do have a question, starting with Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming to present to us. I kept waiting for a further ask beyond the monies that you're receiving, but that never came. So it's always great when an organization comes to report on their activities and other, just to educate us about what's happening. I was just going to provide a little bit of feedback, and I do value the work that you do. When you said about how do we keep abreast of crime in the Valley, we do have Inspector Corvers, the head of the RCMP,
I know that. Yep.
And he comes and presents and shows us the stats. And not only that, as elected official, once a year, we get to set strategic priorities for what they focus on, which is very helpful. And without the work and without further information, such as the ones you provided today, it can be difficult to really assess where resources are needed. And I just want to thank you for coming and informing us about the ongoing activities of your organizations.
Okay, next we have Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much, Stuart, to you and your organization's volunteers. I did work in the criminal justice system, spent a lot of years in the courthouse back when you were a practicing lawyer and a school board member. So thanks for your service to the community in those ways as well. I did wonder if how the tip line actually works, because the note you provided to us indicates coordinators who receive the tips, but I didn't know whether it's people leave a recorded message or if they actually speak directly to the coordinator.
As far as the telephone tips line is concerned, they actually do speak to someone who then take the message, and there's a number of questions that they ask the tipster. And that's something that's under review right now. BC Crime Stoppers is trying to see that the tips are more useful. So they're revising the questions that are asked. The information then goes to the appropriate police Crime Stoppers person, and they then screen the information for anything that might reveal who the tipster is, and then pass it along to the police. Now, we get a lot of tips that are not useful, and we don't discourage that because we think that there's a benefit to having something like our system where people who have a grievance can go and kind of vent their frustration about something and do it anonymously. And it doesn't trouble the police because we don't pass those along. So it's a win-win for both sides on those. But the two coordinators that we have right now are very good. They are actually civilian employees of the police station. They're long experienced retired policemen, police persons, because we have one female and one male, and they do a great job.
That's great. And further on Director Arbor's comment, we did have a presentation from the RCMP at the August 30th Courtney Council meeting, which you can look at online. And we've been working with them on different methods of presenting the information. And I think the August 30th presentation is actually quite helpful in regards to both highlighting types of offenses, locations, and prevalence. And so we're pleased to see that that way of keeping us up to date on what's going on, along with, of course, the many letters that we get from citizens concerned about crime in the community. So thanks very much.
Great. Next, we have Director Grant.
Thank you. Thanks, Stuart. It's good to see you again.
You too.
Been a while. Yeah. So I'm just wondering, do you guys do, like, if we had a problem in our community, and we did it about 2 years ago, we had a bunch of, I would guess they were kids climbing up on the roof of the mall and running around the roof of the mall. They ended up doing about $60,000 worth of damage. And there was just continuing incidents going on for probably 2 or 3 months. Now you phone the police and of course they're busy, and by the time they get there, the kids aren't there anymore. But do you guys do patrols around areas if we ran into something like that?
No, we don't
No,
have
you don't?
the bodies to do that sort of thing. But if you have a problem like that and you contact me, then we'll take it up at the board meeting, and we might be able to do some targeted advertising, offer a reward, and try and bring the culprits to justice. In that school district situation with their vandalism, it all started when the former superintendent had an op-ed in the paper talking about the vandalism problems they were having. Anyway, the police got busy on that. They used cell phone pinging. They used security cameras, and they actually discovered who 2 of the culprits were. They went to their homes, they got confessions, and they're working on restitution. So some of these things, it's a question of prioritizing it, Ken, as you know, because the police are so busy right now with all of the calls they get. But we do targeted advertising, and we're good at it. And so you know how to get a hold of me. I've been here since I was 3 years old. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions.
I was hoping someone would ask me about why our tips numbers are down. Anyone want to ask that?
Yes.
Well, it was something that was hard for me to kind of put on paper, but it's a province-wide phenomenon. We seem to be hit a little more than most. One of the reasons I come up with is pretty easy to understand, and that's the change in marijuana laws. We used to get a lot of tips on grow ops, and it was the type of tip that if it was a good tip, not only would they shut the grow op down, do the arrest, but they'd recover cash, they'd recover stolen property, sometimes weapons. We get very few of those now under the current laws. The other thing is you haven't seen our wanted pictures in the paper for some time. We don't get many of them anymore from the local police. probably a combination of circumstances. They're pretty busy, but also if you go into court now, you will see that the attitude toward having the accused appear in person is very casual. It used to be when I would go into court that the accused was almost always there. Now they seem to only have to be there for maybe the trial and hardly ever else. They can appear now through their lawyer as agent. They can appear by video conference. They can appear by telephone conference. And I even was in court not too long ago when the accused hadn't shown up and the judge had already been dealing with him. And he said to the prosecutor, well, if he does show up sometime today, I'll be in my office, contact me. And so that's the type of approach they have. So we used to get a lot of tips regarding the wanted pictures and the people who were just not appearing when they had agreed to do so. And we were really good at locating those people. And we would get extremely detailed tips. We don't get those anymore. So that's a couple of the main reasons, but there's no doubt others. However, we expect tips to start to get back to normal. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And thanks for your continued service to our community. Okay, we're on receipt. So vote of the full board, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We are on to the next delegation from Denman Island Climate Action Network, Ron Wilson, Debbie Preche, and Frank. And yes, if you all want to come, that's fine. And if it's just one, that's great too. Again, you have 10 minutes to present and then questions if you wish after.
Okay, thank you. I'm Ron. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. We live on Denman and we drive into town, and we've been noticing Fortis busy at work laying down pipeline in the Union Bay area, which is a bit concerning to us because we know that's going to lead to increased emissions down the road. We've wondered who actually approves them doing that work. It's been difficult to find that out. But more concerningly, we are worried about the outcome of potentially having natural gas put into, they estimate 2,800 new homes and businesses there. That would be a lot of emissions. Do I advance this?
You can just let us know and we'll move it.
Okay,
forward.
next slide, please. We do want to congratulate the CVRD for their corporate energy and emissions plan. You folks are doing, I think, an excellent job, forward thinking and your own use of energy. You have the BC step code at a level 3 as a minimum, and we appreciate your emphasis on heat pumps. So it looks like you're getting your house in order. But what about the rest of the world? The problem is your plan doesn't take into account everyone else, like what Fortis is doing. And it seems that energy decisions are left up to the customer, who is susceptible to the marketing that occurs, which is not necessarily a good thing. Next slide, please. Oh, you've got it. Okay. So our world today is different than it has been. I think it's hard not to imagine that. Having energy targets that are 0 in 2050 and even 2030, those targets are just too far away. And we need to be acting now. We know that forest fires have more than doubled our annual GHG emissions this year. Temperatures, July and August, are the hottest months of that type in history. 1.5 degrees centigrade is our target, and those months hit 1.5 degrees centigrade. And we're heading into an El Nino year, which is an even hotter temperature usually. We know that hot temperatures, drought, fires are usually followed by floods, so watch out for those. We are, as I say, in deep trouble. Next slide, please. And it's not just there. Our weather systems are severely affected. Normal trade winds and ocean currents are changing. Tipping points are being reached. Arctic sea ice is dwindling. Glaciers are melting in an unprecedented rate. The Thwaites Glacier, termed the Doomsday Glacier in Antarctica, is melting, and it will drastically raise sea levels if and when it falls off its shelf, which scientists now think could happen within the next 5 years. So it's only getting worse. Sorry about the doomsday report here. Next slide, please. There was some breaking news last week. I don't know if you saw it. This was the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change 2023 report. This is the first assessment of progress since the 2015 Paris Agreement was put in place. And their conclusions are that governments are failing to cut greenhouse gases fast enough to meet the goals and stave off climate disaster. There's a rapidly narrowing window to take necessary action. They state that emissions must peak by 2025 and rapidly reduce thereafter. The report calls for a whole of society approach. We must all get involved in fighting this climate change that is a disaster in front of us. We must all do our part. Next slide, please. So back to Fortis. Fortis is a provider of natural gas. That's methane. It has 80 times the impact of CO2 in the atmosphere. Yes, it only stays in the atmosphere for 10 years, but we continue to put it in the atmosphere every year. It's currently increasing at an alarming level. It's responsible for 25% now of climate warming. Methane has been touted as a transitional fuel. We know that that isn't true anymore. The net effect of methane from extraction, from processing, and from distribution make it the equivalent of coal in terms of emissions. So we can't get by on that. It causes air pollution, depletes water supply, which we're short of, contaminates water. It adversely affects the communities where there are wells. So really, the best bet we have for reducing emissions right now is reducing methane to limit climate warming. Next slide. Yes, there we are. Fortis and RNG, renewable natural gas. Natural gas is largely methane. Renewable natural gas is a mixture of renewable gas from wetlands, fires, biofuels, agriculture, waste, and landfills. Fortis says their RNG is a mixture of natural and fracked gas. But in fact, the natural portion is only right now, less than 5% of the mixture. They hope to get up to 10%, but I mean, this is many years down the road. But what they market as RNG is largely fracked methane and definitely not carbon neutral. And it costs more. Even your own report, Energy and Efficiency, notes that it's 3 times as much as straight natural gas for only 5% benefit. Once natural gas is installed in homes, it will then be more expensive to retrofit to a low carbon option in the future. So next, yes, thank you. Understanding building step codes. So BC has quite a strong energy building code, which is designed to increase energy efficiency. That's low carbon, and it incrementally increases about 20% every couple of years to a maximum benefit of 2032, which is the equivalent of a passive house, really strong energy recovery and low carbon emissions. This year, a new code has come in, what's called the Zero Carbon Step Code. It became effective in BC in May of this year. It was introduced to limit GHG emissions in new construction. It's achieved through the use of electricity, through hydro, and relies on heat pumps for homes and small buildings. This code has already been adopted by Victoria, by Saanich, and just last month it was adopted in Nanaimo and set to be implemented there in July 1st, 2024. So it's moving north, and who's next? The government's own document says a new zero carbon step code provides tools to local governments, that's you, to incentivize or require cleaner new construction. So it's within your mandate to act. Now, companies, oil and gas companies, they need to be regulated. Companies on their own accord show no interest in regulating themselves. In fact, they deceive the public in their marketing. Canadian Gas Association advertises natural gas as clean and affordable. Maybe you can't see it, so it looks clean, but it's putting emissions into the environment. And their BC Fortis's own study says that heat pumps are 6 to 8 times more efficient than natural gas. And in the long run, it's cheaper. In the words of Christiana Figueres, who is an architect of the Paris Accord, she's been working for 7 years, since 2015, trying to get companies, oil and gas companies, to decrease their emissions in production. This year, she was quoted as saying, "I thought fossil fuel firms could change. I was wrong. They won't." So it needs regulation in order to be put in place for them to have to act. CVRD has the authority given by the province to adopt a zero carbon step code. And that is why we were asking on the last slide that the CVRD board request their staff to come back with a report on options to prevent the building of new natural gas infrastructure in the Comox Valley and thereby work to achieve a zero carbon step code as soon as possible. Thank you. Be happy to entertain questions.
Great, thanks so much. And yeah, we have a question from Director Arbor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ron, and to the Denman Climate Action Group to come and present this today, and quite timely after the summer we've had and the realization that things are accelerating in regards to climate impacts. And I personally think that your request is very humble and legitimate. I want to paint a bit of a picture that obviously there's 4 jurisdictions in the Comox Valley. There's 3 municipalities in the rural areas, and each of those jurisdictions are taking different approaches to the BC step code or consideration of the zero carbon step code. And Courtney actually just a short 2 years ago jumped ahead of the curve with their approach and jumped ahead of the province. But now we have this new thing that is pushing us even further. I would be quite happy to at least get the staff report to consider if the rural areas could look at that. I know, I don't know if staff wants to comment on that, but I think we're bringing back some consideration of our building bylaws in the next couple of years, potentially. So I don't know if that could be part of that effort, or if we should consider bringing resolutions quicker around this. I would be quite happy to sponsor it. I also want to say that I'm quite conscious of the reaction of many people, Canadians, to these kinds of ideas. When I proposed a ban on new gas stations, my email promptly filled up with hundreds of emails saying that I had gone absolutely crazy. And I did track the reaction to the Nanaimo adoption of zero step code in the Vancouver Sun. And if you look at the comments, you will see thousands of comments talking about how this is ill-conceived. I think there's many ways to answer that ill-conceived remark. I think people need to understand that what you're talking about is new infrastructure and not existing infrastructure. So that's number one that people would need to reckon with, because a lot of comments is, oh, you want to take away my natural gas today? No, that's not what you are proposing today. So yeah, I think I would encourage, I see other lights on, so I won't take too much time, but I hope that other municipalities in the Comox Valley could also comment and maybe consider taking a step like this. Thank you very much for coming in, President.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Cole Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks so much for the presentation. I have many of the same thoughts as Director Arbour, and I believe that you were asking if staff were in a position to be producing a report like that. I believe from conversations with our CEO that a report like that is in the works currently. Maybe possible just to answer that before we go any further.
Sure, thanks. And I can actually turn the microphone over to Robin Holm. Robin can speak to some of the work around the climate action plan that we do have as part of our work plan, as well as possibly the residential retrofit program, just to provide a brief bit of context, if that would be helpful.
Yep, please.
Through the acting CEO to the chair and the directors, we are planning to report back in October on the residential emissions reduction action plan. And this is essentially an update to our transition 2050 work that we did in 2020 that was really focused on retrofits. The difference between this plan and then that strategy is that we are looking at more than just retrofits. We're planning to look at new construction. And so as a part of that action plan, we can bring forward some options to explore to look at reducing the connections of natural gas. And just in terms of the changes that have happened in local governments, they have updated their building bylaws in order to prohibit any new connections for natural gas. So if that were to be something we would have to explore, that would be for the building bylaw, and it would only apply to the electoral areas.
Thank you. That sounds to me that the staff are preparing roughly the sort of report you were looking for, Director Arbour. Is that the case in terms of options? Okay. Well, if that is indeed coming to us in October, I'll look forward to receiving it and having a chance to discuss it at that point. So, thanks, Robin. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Kerr.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Wilson, for your presentation. I hope retirement is treating you well. And thanks again for your many years of service to your community. Just a quick question, as Director Arbour referenced, the 3 municipalities in the CVRD do, direct step codes and those types of building codes independently. Wondering if you or your group are planning to present this work to the 3 municipalities specifically. For example, in Comox, we're working on a climate change action plan, and with the landscape changing all the time, and this new information might be useful in our plans as well. Thanks.
Certainly would be favorable to doing that. Being as we're from Denman, we worked first with this group, so I know there's more work to do, and new construction and then retrofits. We got to get on this.
So we have the Union of BC Municipalities coming up next week, and I've been invited to speak to ministers specifically on the topic of natural gas. So maybe we could also connect before then. I can maybe take some of the information from your slides.
Certainly.
Thanks. Okay, so, sorry, there is another question from Director Grave.
Of course, I may be looking at this a little differently. When you have a very narrow focus on infrastructure, I think that this shows that we're all just victims of early 21st century thinking. Things will look much different in 30 years' time. We talk about renewable gas. Renewable gas is not a fossil fuel. It's a real possibility, but even more so is it probably hydrogen. I was reading in The Economist magazine, not exactly a wide-eyed right-wing magazine by any means. It's liberal in the British sense, but they were talking about some of the natural gas firms turning even dirty hydrogen into clean hydrogen. One in particular feed CO2 back to greenhouses through the pipeline system. We see where Norway is now shipping. And I know it's still blue hydrogen, but it's a start shipping it to Germany. And as things progress, that would be something that could turn into green hydrogen with all the renewables or the possibility of using wind farms and whatnot to bust up the water into its elements. So I think that, you know, by focusing on the infrastructure, we're only dealing with what we see right now. I think that it's prudent to keep pipelines going. As you say, you know, forest right now is only 10% fossil fuel, but you know, there's other options out there. I think that to focus on the infrastructure is dealing with the mindset we have right now, not 30 years in the future. I think that we would come to rue that, because there's things that electrification just can't do, as we know. Heat pumps is definitely not one of them. But I do think that I won't be supporting this because I think it's very small-minded. I think we have to look into the future. And I do think hydrogen is the future, even though it got a bad start about 20 years ago and the markets fled towards electricity. And you know very well, once the vested interests are capitalizing on one sector like that, it's sort of like all the people that used to be in oil are now going into electric vehicles. But, you know, there's a lot of sectors where it just doesn't work. So, yeah, I think we have to have a more wholesome and fulsome discussion on the subject. Maybe it's not a bad thing not laying the little pipes into the homes at this point, but I do think in the big picture that people like Forrest are going to transition just like everybody else. Thank you.
Okay, it's a odd note to leave it on, but that's where we're going to leave it for today. Thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you very much for your attention. Would be glad to keep the dialogue going. I think this is only a start. There's much work to be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we're on receipt. All in favor of receipt? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so that's it for our delegations. We are moving on to report. We have the Regional Growth Strategy Housing Action Plan Development Update. Moved by Cole Hamilton, seconded by Arbor, and I'll pass it over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. And for the upcoming 3 reports, we've got a couple of staff who will be joining us at the table. For the first 2, Lisa Kilpatrick and Alana Mullally will be at the table to present these reports and be available for questions. And then Jake Martins will be assisting on the third report. So staff are here for any questions that you might have as we walk through these reports.
Thank you.
So I think to Lisa, to Alana Mullally.
Thanks very much, James. Through Madam Chair to the directors, you're right, we'll tag team a little bit. So I'd invite Lisa and Jake to jump in to address your questions as needed. So this first report, the Regional Growth Strategy Housing Action Plan, you'll remember that through the financial planning process this year, you focused on directing staff on a targeted review of the regional growth strategy in order to enable staff to use our time to focus on implementation of the existing policy through a framework that we've coined action plans, which now everybody is using for everything. But I'm using it in the context of our regional growth strategy housing action plan. The first action plans that you've directed us to focus on, of course, are housing and climate. And so that's the work that we're undertaking now. The intention of the housing action plan is to connect the dots between the housing needs that we know in our community and the planned actions of the member municipalities and the CVRD within the next 5 years. So what is it that you've committed to doing? What is it that you've directed staff to do? Get that all in one place so that we can see how it all shapes up to address your interests under your strategic planning work. The action plan, as I say, will be focused on what are those critical actions that you're planning to take as member municipalities and the CVRD in order to implement goal 1 of the regional growth strategy, which is working to ensure that we've got that diversity in our housing to meet evolving demographics and need. Among other things, the action plan will identify those opportunities to collaboratively address some of the persistent and the cross-jurisdictional issues that we face as a region. to illustrate potential gaps in our actions and our response, to identify some of the partnership needs. So we know that we can't, no one local government certainly can do this on their own, and certainly local government as a whole needs partners to do this important work. We're also looking for the action plan to identify some common measurements so that we can track our progress and be nimble where we need to in order to achieve meaningful impact. I want to be clear, particularly for when you put your municipal or your electoral hat on, that the plan will not dictate what each jurisdiction will do or should do, but rather it will illustrate those planned actions. So we'll derive these from the strategic priorities of the board and the councils, the official community plan policies, and other current initiatives that you have underway. The action plan may also serve for a guide for housing experts in our community to see how their work may be supported by the CVRD and vice versa. This framework, we hope, will enable those housing experts within our community to give staff and to give you, the board, that critical feedback that we need to know about the impact that the actions may or may not have. So key inputs to the action plan preparation will include the feedback that we heard from the electoral area strategic planning session back in April of this year, the board's, your strategic session that we conducted in June, municipal strategic priorities, and the input of the Regional Growth Strategy Technical Advisory Committee and the steering committees. We'll also look to the findings and recommendations of the updated regional housing needs assessment work, and that we're just getting the raw data. It's just trickling in right now, and we'll be coming back to you with analysis on that later this fall. We'll also use the findings and recommendations of the emergency shelter and land acquisition service review that Lisa will be speaking to momentarily, as well as the work that our consultant did for us previously on the homelessness support service. We'll also be using any directions that you give us or outcomes that arise through discussions that you're having, for example, around the potential of a new local government housing corporation to feed to populate that action plan. And then each of the municipalities, as you know, has made an application to CMHC's Housing Accelerator Fund. And those applications require the development of action plans and the setting of housing targets. So we'll look to not to duplicate, but really to build on those applications. And certainly if the municipalities are successful in those grant bids, to ensure that those actions and commitments that the municipalities will be making will be reflected in this plan. CVRD staff will be leading the development of the action plan, and we'll be engaging with the member municipal staff, beginning with the Regional Growth Strategy Technical Advisory and Steering Committees. And then, of course, we will be drawing on consultant assistance to facilitate some of those meetings and to put our plan together. And part of the consultant's scope of work will be the development of an engagement plan to see how we tap into all of the housing expertise in our community and to ensure that the actions that are have already been committed to resonate with our public. So under staff separate cover, as I mentioned, staff is recommending that you incorporate the findings of the emergency shelter and service review into the work of the action plan as well. We'll be undertaking this work concurrently with any work that you direct on the business plan for a potential local government housing corporation. And all of that is just to say, to assure you that we're working closely together. We're working to avoid duplication of effort or burdening our housing sector, burdening our public, burdening staff with asking for a lot of engagement. We'll bundle up these projects to ensure that we're working efficiently and getting what you want from us in a timely way. Thanks very much.
Great, thanks, Alana. Can you tell us again what the timeline is for the action plan coming back?
Through Madam Chair to the directors, this is something that was built into our 2023 work plan. So right now we're working to retain a consultant to help us with this work. We imagine that we'll have something at least in draft to bring to you through the financial planning process of 2024. So that if there are elements that you want to budget for, we'll be in a position to do that. So it's going to be quick turnaround work.
Great, thanks so much for that. And we have a question from Director Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the report, Alana. I was just thinking about we're going to be going to a consultant, and before that, we're going to be sort of determining the scope of the work to be done. And you talked about working with the member municipalities because it's a regional document. Are you going to be working through the technical committee to sort of get input from the municipalities on sort of the scope of the document and what's going to be contemplated as it's developed?
Through Madam Chair to the directors. So we cooked this up. That sounds pretty basic, but we worked on this through the scoping exercise that we did on the RGS review. So we already started talking about what the framework for these action plans will be with the member municipal staff. And certainly through that exercise, we understand then, and we expect that it continues to be a lot on the plates of staff. So that I think that's in part why we're looking to have the consultant to just feed a lot of these pieces that we came up with through the scoping exercise into that framework. I'm suggesting in here, and I have suggested at high level to staff on the RGS TAC that this is a project that we work on together and continue to. And at the staff level, certainly there's been support to do that, knowing that the CVRD staff is taking the lead.
Okay, so thank you. So I think I understand that at this point you feel you've got the necessary input from municipalities in order to be able to go to the consultants, or will there be a sort of after this is received, will there be sort of further discussions with the technical committee to just confirm the scope?
Through Madam Chair to the directors, most certainly. So the initial piece, you know, the way that I operate is I'll draft the scope, I'll punt it out to our partners, get feedback, and then put something out to the marketplace.
Great. I just want to make sure it's that iterative process because there's obviously a lot of players and it's we were talking about earlier, there's a lot of concurrent developments. So great. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
Next, we have Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. When I think about the regional growth service in relation to housing, you've got a couple of points in there that, to me, it's the minimum bar, which is good information that regional partners can access, and you have that as a point. Create a common measure to assess progress, because I know in our housing needs assessment, regional housing needs assessment, it talks about the gaps in different income levels and the rest of that, and then targets that we can have as a region. They're not really, yes, you can have municipality, but we can aggregate those into targets as a region. And I think to have that yearly progress, like we talked about the dashboard, we haven't said that word in a number of months, but I think at the minimum, having good information so that we can actually hold ourselves accountable moving forward to say, okay, if we need 800 units a year of X type, affordable housing or whatnot, how many have we produced actually? So for elected officials, sometimes we get lost because we'll be like, oh my God, you know, last term it was like Courtney, they did 1,500 units. And right now Comox has got all these, but we don't have a sense of the gaps that are being filled that needs to be filled when we have those shallower conversations. So just good information is what I expect out of the RGS, and I'll reserve my comments on other aspects of housing for the other items. Thanks.
Thank you. Alana, did you want to speak to that?
If I may, Madam Chair, I think that's a critical piece. It's showing all in one place what we are doing. How are all of our actions amounting to fitting the needs that we have? So when the housing needs assessment reports were introduced in legislation, the legislation had a corollary that all local governments would consider their most recent housing needs as they consider amendment applications to their OCP and regional growth strategy. I would take that to another level to say that many of your staff are also looking at the needs assessment reports when they're bringing rezoning recommendations to you. But I think having it in that one place will really crystallize both for decision makers and those of us who are making recommendations to you, just exactly how we're tracking.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this is just a report for receipt. There's no recommended action. And it's a vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. So we're on to the next item, homelessness support and emergency land acquisition service review. Moved by McCullum, seconded by Grant. Thank you. And over to staff.
Great, thank you. Through Madam Chair to the directors, we have Cassandra Vink of Vink Consulting on the line today, and she's going to present her report that was completed on the review of the homelessness support service, as well as the emergency land and supportive housing. That's a mouthful. Emergency services and supportive housing land acquisition service, ESS. So in 2020, Cassandra was retained to do an initial review of the HSS, the Housing Homelessness Support Service. And she provided a series of recommendations for the CVRD and the Coalition to End Homelessness to take a look at it for implementation. Over the next couple of years, obviously the landscape changed drastically, and that's why we're here today. And so we asked Cassandra to take a look at the review that was initially done, what recommendations had been implemented to date, what might have changed in the scope of those recommendations, maybe what needed to be considered within the current landscape. And then the other piece that had changed as well was the fact that we had revived the ESS service last year through the financial planning process. So we asked her to take a look at that service, which required a service review by the bylaws, and considered how those two services may support each other, but also support the work of CVRD in increasing the impact of both of those services to address our homelessness and affordable housing issues. So I'm going to pass it over to Cassandra, and then we'll come back to speak to the recommendations.
Great. And Cassandra, are you there?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today to present our findings on this review and support with the implementation of some of the actions from the last review. I'm going to just share my screen here. Okay. Perfect.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Great. Whoops. There we go. As Lisa mentioned, my work involved looking at doing a limited review of the homelessness support service, doing a review of the emergency shelter service, and then supporting some of the implementation of the recommendations from the previous review. As part of that work, I engaged with coalition members. I also had meetings with local municipal staff. And I reviewed both the HSS and ESS to identify potential opportunities for changes, and also looked at opportunities to incorporate relevant policies related to the HSS and the ESS into the regional growth strategy. And in terms of some of the support with implementation of previous recommendations, one of the things I worked on was developing an evaluation framework to support the evaluation of funding applications. I think you are all familiar with what the two services are about. So as you know, the Homelessness Support Service provides funds to one or more non-governmental organizations based on a board-approved 5-year action plan to address homelessness. It includes most of the CVRD, but not the town of Comox in that one. Whereas the emergency shelter service was established to acquire land for emergency shelter and supportive housing, and it covers all of the CVRD. So as Lisa mentioned, the landscape really has changed over the past couple years. Homelessness has continued to increase, and despite the best efforts of the CVRD and the coalition to use HSS to increase housing and supports, some challenges and gaps remain. One of those is that the community to date doesn't have a clear plan to address homelessness. There's also a limited number of agencies in the community who are involved in affordable and supportive housing development, and greater involvement and larger projects are needed to address the demands. Also, land is critical in accessing senior government funding for affordable housing, but there is still a lack of clarity of what land is available across Comox Valley. Also, agencies who are applying for the HSS funding aren't necessarily targeting people experiencing homelessness with their affordable housing developments. So while they're adding affordable housing stock, not necessarily addressing the most vulnerable population groups. In some cases, HSS is being allocated in 1 year and not spent for several years, keeping that money tied up. The community hasn't begun a process of implementing a coordinated access system for housing, which is recognized as a best practice for addressing homelessness. And doing that would provide the community with some of the information needed for both planning and for advocacy efforts. Also, some of the conversations that are happening with homelessness funders aren't necessarily involving all of the relevant parties to strategically discuss and obtain support for community priorities in addressing homelessness. There are also some limitations in the coalition's capacity to strategically plan to address homelessness and to support the community with pre-development activities for affordable housing development. Not that the board should expect all of this from the part-time coordinator position that is funded for the coalition, which primarily provides funds for management and administration of the HSS. Also, during the current review, the coalition has been in a period of transition. There's been some resignations from the leadership group and the agency that has been acting as the flow-through agency of the CVRD funds for the coordinator position to support that management and administration of HSS has provided notice that they no longer intend to act in that capacity. When we engaged with municipal staff, they indicated that they thought there would be a benefit from regional initiatives like undertaking a regional affordable and supportive housing land infrastructure plan to help move things forward. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. So given these challenges and given the municipal needs, it's recommended that the board consider opportunities to increase effectiveness in addressing homelessness. And I'll discuss those next. So as a couple of the foundational, I see as a couple of the foundational items are creating a homelessness needs assessment and community plan for district and developing an affordable and supportive housing land infrastructure plan. So I'm recommending that the board consider having the CVRD lead the development of a needs assessment and community plan for the regional district in partnership with the coalition. That plan can use best practice approaches to ensure the strategic and effective use of the resources to address homelessness. And it can help guide priorities for investment of that HSS funding and inform the strategic opportunities to use ESS to acquire land for emergency shelter or supportive housing. In terms of the affordable and supportive housing land infrastructure plan, that plan would be a plan that maps out surplus and other available sites, including the properties that are currently owned by the local municipalities, could also be health authorities, possibly nonprofits and faith-based communities. And it would prioritize the sites for affordable housing, both based on needs and based on the time and the level of difficulty to get those sites to a stage that are ready for construction. Having sites at a shovel-ready stage are critical for getting senior government funding, as I mentioned. So this would allow community partners to be prepared to access that senior government funding when it's available. It could also identify how HSS could be, NESS could be used to support in getting those properties ready for a shovel-ready stage. And then demonstrating using HSS in that way can also demonstrate to senior government funders the regional contributions to the investments and the developments that are being proposed. There are also a number of recommendations in the report that recommend that the CVRD determine which strategic role it wants to take in related to homelessness, and then which structure best fulfills that role. So there's a number of different structures, potential structures outlined in the report, and it depends on the level, the level of investment, the level of effort you want to, and role you want to take on. One of, sort of at a basic level or more simple level would be considering leading a committee to manage the implementation of a homelessness plan and an affordable housing and supportive housing land infrastructure plan once they're created. That group could include senior leaders from the regional district, from local municipalities, nonprofits, and they would provide oversight and guidance on implementation of those plans. An additional component could be consider adding a dedicated housing and homelessness staff resource to act as a housing and homelessness facilitator for the community to help manage implementation. And that would really help support bringing those community plans to life. Taking the role one step further would be considering having the CVRD act as the backbone organization for homelessness system planning and implementation. So it is critical to the success of using a system approach to addressing homelessness is having a backbone organization. And the backbone organization's role is to prioritize, to coordinate, and to guide actions and the sequence of those actions to implement a homelessness plan. It's a different role than what the coordinators currently taken on by the coalition, which is largely focused on the HSS. This role doesn't necessarily have to be taken on by the CVRD, but the CVRD does seem strongly positioned to take on this role in the community. And then if the board wants to have a more direct role in affordable housing development, then it should consider structures like either directly providing developing housing or creating a separate organization, whether that's a development corporation that would work on the developing the housing, or a housing authority that could both develop and provide ongoing management of the housing, or establishing a land trust where a community entity could, or the CVRD could maintain land to be used for continued investment in affordable housing. The report also includes a few other recommendations aimed at addressing gaps. One is considering establishing a capacity building strategy for the community to support affordable and supportive housing development. It would mean outlining the training and the tools that CVRD would use to engage nonprofits, engage faith communities, municipalities, and the private sector to increase their capacity and work together towards creating more affordable housing. I've also recommended that the board consider having the CVRD work with local municipalities to provide management support for planning for affordable and supportive housing aimed at addressing homelessness. So that could be working with local municipalities to locate sites. It could be determining size and scale of potential housing developments, developing a plan for those developments, soliciting proposals for funding, identifying partnerships, preparing funding applications, pursuing resources, and other professional help with pre-construction activities. When we engaged with local municipal staff, they indicated that they don't have the capacity to manage these types of activities that are necessary to bring projects to a shovel-ready stage of development, and they would benefit from assistance with that. So that would really position the community for greater impact. And then if the board wants to move forward with the coordinated access system, this could be considered as part of the work of whoever takes on that role as the backbone organization supporting homelessness system planning. The report also includes a few other recommendations to refine HSS and ESS. I'm recommending that the board consider rescinding or revising the existing service delivery policy for HSS to ensure that it includes a more rigorous process for evaluating HSS funding applications and a more equitable, inclusive process that includes engagement with individuals with lived experience. The board should also consider delivering HSS directly and treating HSS as a reserve fund that could be used to direct towards direct available resources in a more targeted fashion based on initiatives that are within the community plan or the affordable and supportive housing land infrastructure plan, and directing those resources to capitalize on opportunities either as they arise and allocating funds sort of as needed for the developments rather than on an annual basis. And finally, I won't get into them in any detail in this presentation, but the report also outlines some suggested opportunities to incorporate policies related to HSS and ESS into the regional growth strategy housing action plan. So thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about the recommendations on this work, and be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you for that report. And we do have some questions in the lineup here, starting with Director Grant. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Cassandra. I'm just looking at our real estate market out there right now, and it is currently changing as we speak. And I think that it's hard to say exactly where it's going, but the indications are not good for a healthy market. I look at what we're doing here, and I think we need a coordinated plan across all the jurisdictions to come up with something. But one of the key issues that I notice is not in your report is what the province is doing and what their long-term plan is, and or the feds and what they would do. Because honestly, without them, I mean, the plan right now for them seems to be dump it on the municipalities and let them deal with it. And that's not working. That's just getting worse every day. So unless we know what the province or the feds' long-term plan is for how they're going to address homelessness and affordability, you know, we're just creating a bigger problem rather than solving it. And I think that that's a key piece that needs to be looked at as to what they're doing and what they're going to be doing to help us out with this.
Thanks for those comments. Through you, Madam Chair, to the directors. It is certainly a challenge, the absence of long-term indication of plans from both the federal and provincial governments. And it does leave municipalities in a position that they have to take on a lot of responsibility that they shouldn't necessarily have to bear. But given that framework, municipalities who are coordinated in their efforts, in their planning, having strong plans, getting their ducks in a row to support development and to support initiatives when funding arises, those municipalities are in the best position to take advantage of those funds when they come along. In some cases, as we saw through COVID with, for example, the Rapid Housing Initiative and that sort of thing, they don't necessarily come out as long-term plans. They just come out with really limited turnaround windows. And the community needs to be ready to jump on them if they want to take advantage of those investments. But absolutely also needs to be a continued effort related to advocacy to push for those long-term commitments from the federal and provincial governments.
Thanks for that. Next, we have Director Hillian. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for all the work involved in this. Yeah, I'll start by echoing Director Grant. I guess in my dream, BC Housing would have a Comox Valley coordinator located in the community who would be leading all of this work and working with the different agencies and working with local government. So we wouldn't have to continually be having to figure out how to do this. I will say that on the evidence of their engagement with our staff, there's certainly been some improvement, but it's still not the key organizing role that I would see. So in the absence of that, excuse me, it does make sense that that we do something. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things in the report that our staff picked up. One of which was on page 8, you talk about the different structures, and you refer to them as simple or you know, moderately complex and such. None of them seem particularly simple to us, and the moderately complex ones seemed highly complex. So I just wondered, are we missing something there in how you define those terms?
Through you, Madam Chair. I think that's fair comments for sure. I think it is relative, but certainly I think a committee could be relatively simple, and direct provision would certainly be more simpler than you know, establishing a separate corporation to take on this work. But yeah, I would say that the other ones, yeah, perhaps they should be categorized. They could easily be considered quite complex activities.
Thanks. Another thing staff noted was that some of the language describing housing structures is not totally consistent with terminology used by BC Housing, such as references to supportive and affordable housing. And it was just felt that we needed to make the language consistent, so we're always really clear about what exactly we are talking about. I don't know if that's something that you've picked up on or has been pointed out elsewhere.
Yeah, no, thank you. It hasn't to date, but certainly that affordable housing is one of those things that is always a challenge to define, because it has many definitions depending on the context, often different from a program perspective than from a policy perspective as well. So yes, certainly when doing those plans, it would be important to define that those terms.
Yeah, thanks. And then the final point I'll make, I appreciate your observations about the state of the coalition. Because we've certainly been aware that there's a certain amount of transition that's taking place with the departure of some members. I think also, as we have discussed in our strategic planning, you know, the coalition was founded as a vehicle for local government to somehow coordinate its efforts. And, you know, I think we would all recognize that the tremendous amount of good work has taken place. But unfortunately, the overall impact of it has not been significant in relation to the increasing homelessness that we see. And so it just seems that we do need a quantum leap in how we address this. And, you know, a loose coalition of agencies with a part-time coordinator, in my view, just is not going to really cut it. No matter how good-willed or capable the people are who are involved. It's also apparent that when we talk about the coalition in our reports, we're not always clear about, are we talking about the leadership, the coordinator, or the coalition itself? And it's been pointed out to us that the coalition hasn't actually seen these reports until the agenda was published. So it seems to me that we've got a bit of a structural gap in terms of the communication and how that gets operationalized. But it certainly makes sense that some type of strategic planning process take place that would hopefully address those structural constraints that are evident. So I just wondered if you had any comment on those points.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the directors. I agree. Yeah, the coalition has been certainly has been working very hard to do a lot of good work in the community. And many of the people who have been working in that capacity are doing it off the side of their desks as part of an addition to their already heavy workloads in their nonprofit organizations. So it certainly is a challenge. And I agree that it isn't, that it doesn't have the positioning or the capacity to take on that larger role that is now needed with the increase in homelessness. So I agree that a strategic planning exercise for the coalition would be beneficial, and agree as well that some other structure with additional resources is needed to really move the community forward.
Thanks very much.
Lisa, did you want to respond as well?
Sure, thank you, through the chair to the directors. So Cassandra, as she mentioned, she did engage with the coalition members, and staff has been engaging with the leadership team as well as the coordinator fairly frequently. We did have the opportunity to go back and meet with the leadership team with Cassandra to present a summary of what Cassandra heard, and to provide them with any opportunities to comment on that summary and to ask any further questions. We did share with them that the process would be that this was a review of a service, and the recommendations would be coming to the board, and that they would be that the reports would be distributed as part of the agenda package distribution. I think as well, we've also talked quite a bit with them in terms of how they're going through transition, but as well, CVRD is really looking at, you know, what our role is going to be, and the direction of the board. So we've been trying to keep them apprised of sort of the strategic planning outcomes, and ensuring that we're being as transparent as possible. We did feel that this report needed to come to the board for contemplation and review prior to it being distributed publicly.
Thank you for clarifying. And next we have Director McCollum.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Cassandra, for the report. I think this is a really helpful starting place for the decisions that we have ahead. And I think the thing that really solidified some of my thinking around this is just that recognition that these services, both of them were initially created to address homelessness specifically, and supportive housing, and people experiencing homelessness. But just due to the environment that we find ourselves in, where housing affordability has become such a wide-ranging problem across the spectrum, that I think, you know, the scope has widened over the years, and the coalition, of course, is comprised of community groups trying to address all kinds of issues in the community all at once. So I think this the suggested exercise, you know, recognizing where some of the gaps are, and the strategic planning will hopefully help kind of refocus us on some targeted actions. So I'm happy with what's been provided. I do have just a few questions around some of the things that you presented, just to help me kind of understand what our options are, and what some of these recommendations would mean going forward. I think one of the ones that kind of jumped out at the end of your presentation was just a suggestion that maybe the CVRD would act as the direct administrator of HSS. And I wanted to clarify, is that due to the flow-through agency no longer being available, or would we be taking on that role from the coalition. I wasn't clear exactly what the impact of doing that would be.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the directors. It could mean taking on that role from the coalition. I think when we met with the coalition leadership team, I think at the second time they did sound like they were open to considering other possibilities as well. Their feedback, I think, essentially was any structures or mechanisms that would improve the effectiveness of HSS and improve the community's ability to increase affordable housing development. They would be interested in considering. So I think some of the rationale for recommending that the CVRD takes on that direct administration in part is related to capacity challenges of the CVRD in doing that community planning and that rigorous evaluation of applications. There has been, I think to date, they have preferred to spread the money thinly across any agencies applying rather than necessarily taking a strategic look at where we might be able to leverage additional resources or have the most impact. And I think by CVRD taking that on, if it were done in conjunction with developing a land infrastructure plan, it could really be directed potentially to one project at a time when that project needs those resources to move forward, so that we're moving in a systematic, using a systematic approach towards the investment in affordable housing in the community.
Yeah, thanks for that answer. That does help me understand that suggestion a little better. And then your answer actually ties into the other thing that I just wanted to clarify. In that list of potential roles that the CVRD could take on, a backbone organization was one of the items that we kind of stopped on for a little more detail. And initially when I read that, I actually was conflating that with the other thing in the report, which was the coordinated access point, which that actually seems like a role that maybe the coalition would be able to take on. But I think what you're talking about with the backbone organization is more what you were just describing in your first answer. So yeah, I just, I guess, wanted to touch on that. And finally, and then I'll let others go because there's a lot of lights on, the $10,000, and this may be a question more for our staff. The $10,000 for strategic planning, is that, are we confident that that is a reasonable amount of money, given kind of the scope of potential outcomes of this process? I'm having a hard time clarifying in my mind how our decisions around the HSS service and how that strategic planning will come together, or if that would be a coordinated process. Because if the coalition is doing a strategic plan and we're kind of moving in a different direction, you know, how will that come together? And I mean, often when we're doing strategic planning in these individual services, I think that we often allocate more. So just want to hear what the confidence is in that number, whether or not the coalition is sharing that point of view. And then the other thing around that was that I think that was coming out of our current budgeted funds. And if staff know how much is left in the HSS service as of this year in terms of unspent surplus and unspent current budget, if anyone has that number.
Through Madam Chair to the directors, I'll ask Kevin if he can respond to the piece on what's remaining in the budget. And in terms of the strategic planning process, I think those are great questions. What we have heard from the leadership team and the coordinator is that there is a need for them to work with the members and really have that conversation on their own to determine what their mandate, what the value is for their members and what they and the future direction. So I think the 10,000 was certainly identified to be sufficient for that. As we mentioned in the report, however, once they have a sense of, you know, what they themselves want to be, then we can start to have those conversations as to how we can continue to work together and what the future role for the coalition might be. And we may need some more resources to determine those steps for sure.
Great, that's really helpful. Thank you.
I just want to jump in on that response, Cassandra, about sort of the coalition and us sort of the board acting in that role as the coalition. For example, you said, you know, you could put all that money toward one project instead of sort of spreading it out between multiple organizations like it has been in the past. But I think those organizations are using those funds as leverage for other monies from other levels of government. So there's that piece, but also deciding amongst themselves, I think is really helpful. If you can imagine that decision coming to the board and just taking some of our past projects, say we have a building for Indigenous seniors, then we have a building for LGBTQ plus youth, then we have another building for women in transition. Are we supposed to just pick one of those and say, you know, that's the only one that's going to get funding? So there's certainly a benefit to the system that we've been relying on and working in cooperation with those nonprofits and having them have that consensus model where they're bringing it forward to us as opposed to that decision. So maybe you could just comment a little bit on how that might play out if it was just the board making those decisions.
Sure. Absolutely tough decisions would need to be made regardless. I do think that regardless of whom is making that decision, whether it's the coalition or the board, if a more rigorous evaluation process was used, it might allow you to, there may be some developments that might rise to the top a little bit more based on things like equity considerations, which you're using, you know, in your poverty reduction plans and things like that, as well as, you know, awarding points for ability to leverage other funding where they're at in their development process. So it's not necessarily shutting the door on the other ones, but doing a bit, in some case, more of a staged process so that people aren't necessarily, you know, potentially applying for that funding several years before they need it. Although I take your point of they do show that they have that funding committed when they're making their senior government funding applications as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Over to Kevin.
Thank you through the chair to the directors and to Director McCollum's question. So what was budgeted this year in 2023 in the homelessness support service for the various grants to the local agencies was 457,342. Just a reminder to the board that does include the $116,000 that the board indicated back in May that we would keep as an unallocated amount pending kind of future ideas as to what was going to occur with that service. To date, we have dispersed $180,000 to the remaining other projects that had been committed to as part of the 2023-27 financial planning. And then, of course, this budget also did include under other professional fees, two amounts to the coalition, $30,000 for coordination and then $10,000 to support the peer-to-peer honorariums. And there's only been, I believe, about 4 already $800 of that spent to this at this point.
Thank you. And next we have Director Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Cassandra, and thanks staff for the report. I wanted to just take a minute to look at the options, and I certainly support the provision of the up to $10,000 for the coalition to work on a strat planning process. And the other sort of piece of the options is what best to do with this report. And I'd certainly agree that referring the report to the Housing Action Plan for it to be fed into that process makes a great deal of sense. But option 2, I think also could be useful. I think rather than necessarily just being option 1. The second option listed there is that the board directs staff resources to explore implementation or recommendations in the short term. And I just wanted to get your thoughts. I had something that stood out to me as a possible something to be actioned sort of more immediately under option 2 was adding a dedicated housing and homelessness staff resource. I just wanted to ask if our staff, if you feel that would be of assistance to move on that sort of fairly immediately, put that in sort of category number 2. And if there are any other recommendations from the report which you think would be best kind of pulled out in action separately and sort of more rapidly.
Through Madam Chair to the directors. You know, certainly it's no secret that there's a colossal volume of work across this organization, across your organizations and the municipalities. I think because we have a number of things going on concurrently, I think it's really important to step back and see what it is that the board wants to do, how we articulate that through the RGS Housing Action Plan, and then really assess that need around what are the resources that we assign to it, whether it's someone internal, whether it's consultant assistance. Back when we talked to you through the last financial plan exercise, when you told us that you wanted us to do a social planner, we suggested at that time that we fund that social planner role through the regional growth strategy and through these services. And a decision was taken at that time to just do an RGS funding model. And I think that was a good one, given now where we are looking at what the role for the CVRD is going to be and what you want it to be. So a little bit odd, I think, for me to say, don't give us another resource at this time, but I do think it would be really good for us to go through some of this work, really tune into what it is that you specifically want us to do, and then make those recommendations to you, probably within, a short couple of months as we get into the financial planning process.
Thank you. That was extremely helpful and surprising.
Yeah.
Sorry, I at least wanted to say something.
What am I thinking? Yeah.
Sorry, Lisa, did you have something else?
Through Madam Chair to the directors, you questioned whether or not there would be anything else that we would want to action in the short term. And I think certainly putting it to the RGS action planning process, I think is important. One of the things that stood out from the initial review that was done was around the community plan. And I think that is something that we should be looking at sooner than later, that can really help identify priorities, give us a baseline, and then key indicators to watch for. And so I think that would be something that we would probably want to move on fairly quickly.
Thanks. Thank you. I'm just wondering, Lisa, do you feel it'd be beneficial to action that separately, as I was suggesting, through the sort of second option, or do you feel that would arise naturally through the first option?
I think if we actioned it separately, we could get started on it. We'd be looking for a consultant to do the work, so it would mean that we could certainly start working with the municipalities and the coalition to identify a scope. for that piece of work. So I think as much work as we can start now, rather than waiting till the financial planning process, I think is good.
Well, I'd be happy to make a motion to that effect. I don't know if Jay caught any of that language, but perhaps we could go over that when we get to that point. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Kerr.
Thank you. And I really enjoyed reading this report. Lots of really useful info in there. And I really do agree with many of the recommendations. Just taking a step back, though, I just get a general sense from the report that it kind of undersells or minimizes the coalition's like amazing successes over the past, 8-9 years. Without the coalition, homelessness would have been much, much worse. It's not the coalition's fault that, housing prices have gone through the roof across Canada and the world. The unaffordability crisis is up. I mean, yes, there's more visible homelessness, but that's not cause and effect. That is, it would have been much worse without the coalition. And I just don't think the report says that enough. And it doesn't, recognize the number of units built directly because of the coalition's work and the funding through this service. The coalition is a grassroots, bottom-up approach to decision making, and it's been extremely successful. The members there have been empowered, they've been engaged, they work together, and they're all heroes in their work, in their organizations. So we have this new normal, and I understand that it's probably time to transition some of that, but I really feel that the report was written at the coalition and not with the coalition, and I think that's a failing. We know there have been many communication issues between the CVRD and the coalition leadership, including some pointed out to us today. So I think that is something that we need to address seriously if we're going to work with the coalition in whatever form it looks like in the future. How do we avoid a top-down bureaucratic approach to this? How do we maintain the all-important bottom-up engagement of our local leaders in this field? We mentioned the word rigorous, a rigorous approach, for the funding. Maybe rigorous top-down funding decisions should be made. I disagree. The coalition partners look across the room in a circle at each other, decide which project is most ready to go, support each other in their work. They don't, they don't jockey for position for their own organization. I mean, it's a really beautiful process to watch, and we're not giving it the due credit that it deserves. These are individuals in our community that are on the front lines working with the unhoused and vulnerably housed, and it looks like we're trying to implement a new system on top of them. I think it's wrong. So I would support a way to move forward into this new normal while also adopting the grassroots bottom-up decision-making approach that the coalition has so greatly succeeded with over the past 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I should speak to that a little bit in that we are going to have a housing forum, an elected officials forum, October 24th. And I believe that we should invite the coalition to that forum so that we are having a discussion with them at the table. And it was going to be my suggestion that we, not on these recommendations, but on the recommendations in item number 3, that we wait on those decisions until we have had that discussion in a group setting with the coalition members. So we'll think on that while we go to the next person. Director Morin, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if I really have anything to add because Director Kerr actually said some of the things that I had on my mind, which was I thought the report was very good. It was very detailed and I think reflective of the climate that we're in and this transition that we're in. But I also really felt that the coalition was kind of the work was kind of lost in that it was a review, but there wasn't really a recognition of that work. And that was hard because those folks are on the front lines and they're working directly with people who are impacted. And it made me think of all the projects that have come before me or this board. And, you know, these are all individuals. These are women who are now living in safety, who were probably on someone's couch or worse prior to that, or sleeping in their car with their kids or whatever. You know, these are First Nations elders who are going to be housed. And I know several of them in the community who have been homeless, who are in their 60s and 70s, who have been sleeping in tents. So they are small numbers of people, perhaps. We need many units of housing, and we see the folks downtown, and we maybe don't see those demographics reflected in maybe the housing units that we've had come out of the service, but rest assured there are people that have gone into a better situation, and I think that's something to celebrate. So I do support you know, the recommendations moving forward, but I absolutely would like us to find a way to keep that connection with the people who are on the front lines. And it was recognized in the report that persons with lived experience have not really been looped in. And I'd like for that to be a consideration, and to look at the diversity of people with lived experience, because again, we might think of the folks that are in our downtown core in the streets, but there is the mom and her kids living in the car. There is the, you know, the guy who's going to the part-time job and sleeping in his van. And there's the, you know, the person sleeping on someone's couch. And there's all the other folks who are, you know, the people who are underhoused, who have 3 kids living in a 1-bedroom or whatever. So I think, you know, all those voices need to come to the table, and I'm hoping that that can be incorporated going forward with some of these recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you. Alana, did you want to?
Well, I was just going to add one thing too, and then Alana, if you want to add to that, certainly the report isn't meant to ignore or diminish the efforts of the coalition and the work the coalition's done. And I think the board was very clear in June in the strategic planning sessions that supporting the coalition going forward is of equal importance to the other work that you're interested in doing around possibly a corporation or finding ways to be more involved in affordable housing. So celebrating the success of the coalition and the volume of work that they have done, I think it is really important. And I just wanted to add that it wasn't meant to diminish that effort or such in the report. And I do think that in the elected officials forum and going forward, when we look at the next staff report, there is significant opportunity to understand how the coalition and the CVRD do continue to work together. The nonprofits and the community organizations are in the community, and they're a critical piece to continuing our work around the affordable housing file. So just wanted to add that for context for the board.
Thank you. And okay, that's good. All right, Director Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I think you need to remember why the coalition got set up in the first place. And the reason we have a coalition is because the local governments couldn't get their act together as to what kind of housing was needed to be built. We would sit at our table and you would get 10 different groups come with 10 different asks, and we'd all go, I don't know, what do you like? So as a result, we would do nothing. And it did that for years until finally we said, well, why don't we put all those groups together, get them to bring us one ask that we could actually manage, and then we can help them fund it and go from there. Well, once they started doing that, they were revered around the province for how well they did that. Now, I think what's happened is, and I don't know for sure, but they may have branched out or gotten bigger or whatever's gone on there. I don't know. But I think that if they got back to their original mandate and just brought us the projects that need the funding, that we could probably become really effective again. And it bothers me to think that we might take this back in-house because it really wasn't working in the first place. We couldn't get anybody to agree on anything. So I just think you need to remember that as you move forward with this.
Yes, thanks. And being part of the initial coalition, they were instrumental in also pushing for the homelessness support tax, and that is was pretty cutting edge, and still is. Like just this year, going to a provincial gathering of regional districts, and we were the only ones with a service dedicated to homelessness. So I think that that's certainly something to applaud still. Just the rise in homelessness and was described before, all the conditions that we're seeing now. It isn't a cause and effect, and we certainly would be in a much worse position if it weren't for the efforts of all those nonprofits and service providers coming together and putting forward all of these projects, and certainly filling a lot of the gaps in the housing spectrum that we have. I don't want to diminish their efforts at all, and I want to make sure that we are moving forward together in lockstep, and not jumping ahead or as suggested, coming down top down with some approach. So as I said, there will be an elected officials forum that we will extend the invitation to the coalition to attend, and as well as school district and some other trustees, so that we can have a more fulsome conversation and make sure that we're not moving ahead without anyone at the table. Okay, so I don't see any further lights, and there is a recommendation. Oh, I guess we'll move. Oh, there is a light. Director Hardy, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Again, just wanting to know, do we have any baseline data in regards to where we are today in regards to where we were 3 years ago, 5 years ago, with regards to homelessness in the Comox Valley and the amount of families that are without a home and sleeping in a car or a van right now? Do we have any of that data available?
We have the points in time counts. And I don't know that staff has that on hand, but that data is available.
I think, again, if we do have that data, that I think that would have been nice to have seen in this report as well, just to show, hey, here's how great we have been doing, or we really do need to pick it up another notch or two. So thanks.
Yeah, and I think also the units that have been created. So there have been people that are being housed, and even though the homelessness count may have gone up, it doesn't necessarily mean that there hasn't been successes within that. Go ahead, Alana.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair to the directors. So this report was just about looking at the service and its administration and its overall efficacy. The piece that Lisa was speaking to previously that is in Cassandra's report around doing that community plan on homelessness would fill that gap. That question about who and what. It's essentially a needs assessment around homelessness and those who are at risk or experiencing homelessness. And we don't have that as a community. And we would suggest that that's a significant data gap. So hopefully that is a piece of work that you can get behind and enable us to prioritize in the next couple of months.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And there are some recommendations. Okay. It hasn't been seconded, but I will go to Director Cole Hamilton.
Curious as to which recommendation. There are options for each of the.
I just want to get some on the table because everybody was in stunned silence.
Okay. Could I read? So I'll move that the report and associated key findings and recommendations be referred to the RGS Housing Action Plan preparation process for consideration, and that the board directs staff resources to, and I'll ask Lisa to provide that wording that to make sure I don't mangle this.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Through, I guess, well, to Madam Chair. So I think to direct staff resources to lead the development of a homelessness needs assessment and community plan for the regional district in partnership with the coalition.
So that, please, Jake. And the third part would be to provide the coalition up to a maximum of 10,000 from the HSS in 2023 to support a strategic planning process.
Okay, well, just thank you. So that was put forward by Cole Hamilton, seconded by Moran, and we'll just give staff a moment to put that up on screen for us. Thanks. Okay, again, so the motion is that the report entitled Homeless Support Service Review and Implementation Emergency Shelter Service Review attached as Appendix A to this report and dated September 6th be used as input to the Regional Growth Strategy Housing Action Plan, and that the board directs staff resources to lead the development of a homelessness needs assessment and community plan in partnership with the coalition. And finally, that a maximum of $10,000 be allocated from the Homelessness Support Service function for 51 to the coalition to undertake a strategic planning process.
It's supposed to say 2023 in the last paragraph from the 2023 budget.
Oh, from the chart.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks for that, Jake. All right, so we're clear on the motion. It is a vote of the full board. Oh, Director Arbor, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just noting that obviously we're completing a review of the homelessness support service, and we had some really good contributions from our two COMOX members. But I'm just wondering if this review had any recommendations in regards to, or if the town of Comox has to an update as to whether they would consider joining the service.
I think this is not where we have the motion on the floor, and this is not specific to the motion, so. Any further comments on the motion? Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We are on to yet another housing report. The Affordable Housing Support Interim Update. Moved by Arbor, second by Grieve. Go ahead.
And Jake, I think you're leading the presentation on this staff report. Okay, Jake Martins, General Manager for Corporate Services.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, James, through the chair. Yeah, so I've prepared a brief presentation just to walk us through this third and final. Let's try and get this out of the way here. So just a short background, and I don't think there's been considerable discussion here tonight on housing affordability, and it's a topic that I think we're all very familiar with. It's an issue that comes up nightly on the news, and it's something that we see every day in our communities and our neighborhoods through listings for new homes and also advertisements for rentals. Everything has seen a substantial increase, and that's no surprise to anyone. But the impacts are real, and for those facing essentially a crushing financial challenge in order to find basic shelter for themselves, this is an absolute crisis, no doubt. So the issue is complex, and certainly there's lots of background. This report doesn't go into to that in a substantive way, but it's worth noting that essentially one of the things we can look to is the systematic decline in federal investment in affordable housing and social housing. That started really in the 1970s and then accelerated rapidly in the 1990s. Back in the 1970s, CMHC estimates that approximately anywhere from 15 to 30% of all new construction was social housing units. That number has dropped to less than 1% in the 2000s, and so I think we can see a clear correlation there between the issues that we're facing in that decline. The issues that we are facing here, of course, are felt across the country, and we're not unique in that sense. But given the gravity of the issues, local governments have certainly entered this space, and we're not outside of that in that regard. I won't talk about the Homelessness Support Service and Emergency Shelter Land Acquisition Service. We've covered that topic, but we are in that space, and we're in that space through these two services, as well as the many other tools and approaches through planning and other regulations and otherwise in which we try to affect housing affordability. We've also talked already about the board's direction, the three kind of points in which supporting the coalition, seeking the establishment of a vehicle for further housing action. And so I'll just go forward from there. Okay. So talking about the local government tools and tactics, we've included in the report as an attachment a document produced by I think it was BC Housing around kind of small community local government approaches to address this. There's over 60 of them. There's all kinds of different things that can be done, but they generally fall into these three categories, which we've noted here. Policies and bylaws. These are things like density bonusing, rezoning for intensification and rentals, short-term vacation rental regulations. These are topics that have came up at this table, and I'm sure at all the municipal tables as well. The other aspect or topic area is land and financing. So use of own land, and Cassandra has kind of spoke to that just in the previous presentation, and providing capital contributions, which is of course the core mandate of the Homelessness Support Service. The third and final area is capacity building. So this speaks to issues such as the Housing Action Plan, which Alana has just presented on, the creation of a housing organization, which is kind of the focus of this report, and the misspelling there, but advocacy and engagement. So as part of this, we've also provided a bit of a scan of existing housing organizations. This is rapidly changing given the crisis that's being felt across there. As it's been mentioned, Burnaby is just in the process now of establishing one. There's others that are exploring it, but we've kind of focused here on this grouping of communities here, which some of them are very long-standing, some of them are fairly new. And as part of this review, there was a number of themes that kind of came out, and they were reinforced by our look into these organizations. I'll just kind of highlight these. There's 3 of them, in my opinion. One is the incredible competitive environment that affordable housing is operating in today's environment. Groups are having to stitch together multiple grants, large capital grants. They're looking for land donations or land provision at a nominal rate. They're looking at operating subsidies from BC Housing. They're really scratching and clawing to piece together the necessary supports in order to provide deeply affordable housing. Given the current building rates that are out there, without those supports, essentially any organization is going to have to charge market rates just to pay their mortgage. So it's competitive. Yes, there's new funds and new investment coming, of course, from all of the attention that this topic's been given. But at this point in time, it is still a challenging space to operate in. The other is that the development of a housing entity or organization requires considerable public investment. This is evident throughout all of these examples that we've noted here. And it really takes that critical mass of housing units in order to essentially have the revenues necessary to fund the ongoing operations. So it's not to say by any means that it's not worth it, but I think that the caution here is that it takes time and it's going to take investment, and the commitment needed for that is central to this. Part and parcel of that too is also, of course, the partnerships that are involved. So working within the existing community with the nonprofit providers or otherwise, competition is going to hurt our efforts in the valley. So we need to figure out ways that we fill gaps and capitalize on opportunities and not compete with others. The last is somewhat related to the previous one, but careful consideration needs to be given to the precise role of any kind of housing entity. There's lots of different ways to address this, and I'll just pull out a few from these examples here momentarily. But role clarity and understanding, having that well known in the community, the role that any organization plays, what they do and don't do, is key. And so I think through what we're suggesting here as part of this report, we're hoping that we can hone in on what precisely that opportunity or that role could be. So looking at each of these, I won't belabor the topic of each community, but wanted to just pull out a few threads from each of these. In the case of Revelstoke, this one appears to be very much a grassroots community effort in which they have very much a volunteer working board that is heavily involved in the operations. We're all familiar with nonprofit organizations that are very much volunteer driven. And this seems to be the case here, in which the city has gotten on board with it, but it is very much still a working board operation. The city is somewhat acted a bit of a land trust or land steward in that they've opened up a 14-acre site for development and then charged essentially the society with developing that for affordable housing. So that's a key contribution, again, that provision of land to really kickstart their efforts around developing their units. In the case of Squamish, they are pretty much brand new, which is a great opportunity for learning for us. This formed out of strategic priority of their council, and a key aspect of this society is to provide meaningful service to the existing nonprofit groups that are in their community. So it's something they're still working on to figure out precisely how that is and how that fits. But that's what part of what they're developed around to support. They're also supported through a contribution agreement with the district of Squamish. So there's approximately $200,000 provided each year from Squamish to the society to support their operations. Based on their experience and others, that is probably the absolute bare minimum that I would suggest would be required. In other cases, it's much higher. And again, this provides essentially for a very small staff complement of essentially to do that work. In the case of Whistler Housing Authority, they are in many regards the poster child for a successful housing organization, and for good reason. They've set very lofty goals. They've been in operation for a long time, and they've achieved a tremendous amount from that, with approximately 1,900 units, 7,000 beds in their inventory. And they've been clear from the beginning of not wanting this to be taxpayer supported, and through that inventory, they've been able to provide for their operations. I would say, again, what's the big kickstart for theirs? And it was a approximately $6 million reserve fund contribution that came through essentially their DCC reserves, which is an employee housing DCC. So it's only eligible for resort municipalities. but they had built up that reserve, provided that to the corporation, and that, of course, obviously helped them get started many years ago. Tofino is another a great example in which the interesting part here is that the corporation actually went dormant for a period of about 5 years. So this is, again, relates to that kind of commitment, where that commitment was not there from their council for a period of time. And there was concern in the community about whether, again, the private market could deal with affordable housing. So essentially they went dark for a while, they've came back, and now they're quite active in this regard. So that's good. The other thing, the unique approach about Tofino is that they don't have a great deal of capacity. They have essentially one part-time staff member. And so what they've done is partnered with a nonprofit society. I think they're called Catalyst Community Development Society. And so that society actually takes on the development and the construction of it. The District of Tofino provides land to the corporation. So they're, again, kind of acting a bit as a bit of a land trust, although the corporation will have the opportunity in future years to buy those units back. So they're achieving, I think, what they want without having to take on the heavy burden of necessarily all of the administration and capacity development. That's Tofino. Oh, also, I should mention that in Tofino's case, their corporation, their operations are supported by approximately about $200,000 a year, which is revenue diverted from their online accommodation platform revenues. So that's the approach that they've taken, in which to not, again, tax for their operations. So that's their example. Capital Regional Housing Corporation, very large, like Whistler, been around a long time, and they've achieved some really important and valuable partnerships with the provincial and federal governments that have helped advance their work. While we don't compare to them in our size and our scale necessarily, but they are a regional district that's behind this, the Capital Regional District, and so they have 2 regional functions that support the corporation. And those functions act similarly to a homelessness support service, in which the Regional Housing Corporation applies just like any other nonprofit, and then they consider providing capital grants to themselves, essentially. So interesting example from that. And again, same kind of legislative structure that we operate under here. In Cowichan, Cowichan also has a regional housing function which provides funding to their nonprofit. This nonprofit right now provides some really interesting services in which they focused around programs around rent bank, utility bank, emergency assistance, food vouchers, rental housing, capital contribution. So they've really gone beyond to look at other areas of support to provide assistance to the residents that are facing challenges with housing. Their service requisitions and contributes approximately $800,000 annually, with about $250,000 of that going to support the operations of the society, or the association, which is a society, I understand. And lastly is the Banff Housing Corporation. So just ducking just outside of our province just for a moment here. They've been around for quite a number of years, and they have this unique relationship with being located within a Parks Canada. So the Parks Canada actually leases them land for affordable housing projects, and that, of course, is a key input to make their successful operation. And they performed a bit of a 180, in which the corporation took on development of their projects. They've now taken that internal into the town of Banff. And they have a sustainability manager, a housing manager that then helps guide that work. So internally, the town is taking that on. The corporation handles all of their housing kind of management of the units and so on. So that's a snapshot of organizational scan of kind of what we've looked at through this. The last part of this presentation is kind of considering, what are we proposing here through the staff report and through this investigation? And I think, as noted in the recommendation, we're proposing some business planning work that can help answer some key questions in our mind. What is the specific role of a CVRD housing organization within the context of the Comox Valley? Every community is different. Everyone's got a different mix of existing operators and services. And so we want to be clear about what's the role that we could best serve. And part of that, of course, is what are the opportunities and gaps within the local affordable housing sector? How can we complement and not compete with those existing organizations? And what are those anticipated financial contributions and other support requirements? Of course, I've talked about the direct financial contributions, but we know that there's also a need for support from both administration, finance, planning, and otherwise to help support this type of activity. It's a completely new business line item for us, so we don't want we want to go into this with our eyes open for sure and make sure we do the due diligence necessary. The other benefit of this work is that, of course, the Local Government Act requires the ministry requires approval of any local government corporation. And so they require background information. And so this would serve that purpose to do that due diligence, but then also provided the board directs further advancement of this, is that we could use that then to secure approval from the ministry. Lastly, I've noted here that the regional district service establishment is not required, and this is feels strange saying that, because I feel like we are always talking to the board about how we need a service to help fund activities. In this case, we still need a service, of course, but we don't need to create a service just to create a housing organization. So a bit of a caveat there. With that, Madam Chair, oh, sorry, last slide here. Just wanted to talk about, we don't have firm timelines necessarily around, but just want to talk about the steps that we can envision with this process. So what we're proposing to you is some research and engagement that would then help define the key elements of this organization. So that would include things like the structure, the corporate structure, the governance of it. There's many different ways to slice and dice this. So it's helping to figure out those key pieces of it, which could then lead to potential steps in the creation and launch of the organization. We've touched very briefly in this report just about the BC Builds program. We do see that as a potential opportunity, although it has not been publicly released at this point, to identify public lands in the short term that could be used for housing development. So the second part of this recommendation, or the first, is to at a cursory level get staff to do some engagement with the member municipalities and others to see about what opportunities there might be. Madam Chair, I'll leave it there, and please answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for all that work. And so we do have some questions for you, starting with Director Arbor.
Thanks. That's very good work and a good overview of what's out there. So thanks to Jake and the rest of the staff team for this. And obviously a topic we discussed at length at strategic planning, where really the concept started to emerge. And I would like to say, like, I'm looking, so we'll bridge into the annual transit improvement program in a bit, but I'm just looking at the sense of scale. How many of us as elected official went door to door and heard from people about housing? Nobody, right? So it's like amongst the top issues that we hear. And with all this good work with the coalition, we have absolutely underfunded our housing efforts, 400 grand a year. The transit improvement we're contemplating tonight is almost reaching that level, right? Our recreation departments run on $4 million. And for housing, our contribution has been absolutely minimal, and it's been mostly towards capital. We've put very little human capacity or staff capacity. Everybody's doing on the side of their desk. So I thought the conversation was really good earlier, because I really think we won't achieve much unless we get to the $1.5, $2 million level of support into the housing space with the kind of crisis that we're facing. How can we achieve that? And that's what I hope the business plan will do. Director Vanish from Cortez pulled off a magic trick last month. I was absolutely floored. Something that I've been dreaming about for 10 years. And oh no, it hasn't. Has the MRDT been around for 10 years? Maybe about that long. But Josie Osborne, my MLA, was the first one to actually lobby the provincial government to open the MRDT for housing as an eligible contribution. She was at a defined point of doing that work. And ever since, we've been frustrated because it's only 1%. Cortez Island has succeeded in getting 100% of their MRDT now directed to the Housing Society through a legislative amendment. So how do we get to 1.5 to 2 million without necessarily just relying on requisition? I think that might be one significant avenue. We could actually ask the province to direct all of our MRDT, which I think in the region is probably 1 1.2 million that we're getting. Cortez is getting 50,000. They have like 1,000 people there. So it's a significant amount of resources that could be accessed to fund a significant, and what my dream of, and I'm almost done, what my dream is to have somebody who's not part-time, who's not in the planning department thinking about a million things, somebody who wakes up every day, and I'll use Larry Stevenson as an example. He's a rail guy, and for 4 years he's been working every day. He wakes up, and now the things have changed significantly. But during those years, every day he wakes up. How do I revive rail? How do I, you can see him in your head, I'm sure. I need someone like that in the valley who's like, how do I add another unit of housing, another 10 of unit of housing? How do I reach 500 non-market housing units this year? That's the scale. When we looked at our housing needs assessment, that's the scale and escalation. And I think that's what the coalition can provide, because they're both trying to build capital project and operate and address very specific social needs, which was in our reports that we received. Okay, having said that, I agree. Maybe some of these decisions should be deferred until we have those conversations. And I like the chair's idea of waiting till October 24th. So that we don't leave, that we make those decisions together as a region. But that's my view heading into it, that I think we need to scale by a system of 5 or 8-fold the amount of resources we're dedicating to housing crisis, and also rethink how we finance it, just from tax requisition to other possibilities. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Morin.
I guess I have some major telepathy going here, because I had the same thought around just wondering what the agenda was for the elected, the forum, because I feel like this topic needs just some discussion, and particularly, I mean, we don't know where Cumberland's at, we don't know where Comox is at, and if we're looking at this regionally, it would be good, I think, to flesh out this discussion, what this would look like, and looking at a variety of options, and yeah, just fleshing it out. So I agree with that suggestion to maybe defer this until after the forum, where we could maybe have a more robust regional conversation about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Kirk.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to deferring it, despite my willingness to kind of get going on this. I wonder though, if we didn't defer it, let's say we approved recommendation number 1, and the third-party consultant was brought in. I wonder if that might be useful to the consultant to be a part of the forum. I mean, otherwise, let's say we have a forum, we have all this great discussion, we go ahead and we approve a consultant later. Well, now they're playing catch up, and sure, you could have summary notes, but consultant might really benefit from being in the room during that forum. So maybe it's a question for staff, like what might be more effective, having the consultant before or after the forum if we're tackling these big issues as a region.
I can see sort of both sides to that case. I think there would be value to having a consultant in the room to hear the discussion, but at the same time, I can understand the board's interest in having that discussion with the coalition before going down this road. That being said, the forum and the business case development, business plan development, contemplates and involves nonprofits and the societies, and the coalition would be part of that engagement. So yeah, I do see both sides of the case. We're September 12th today. I hope that we could have a consultant on board by October 24th if we had the if we had this direction today. That's not a guarantee either, though. I'm not sure that the market out there is super flush with consultants that are available right now. So we would have to go through a procurement process, and so there's no guarantee we'd have somebody on board at the time. I think it's a board decision here on deferring the decision in this report around taking this work right now until after the elected officials forum or not. Certainly the forum itself would be an open forum. Staff could relay any kind of findings and whatnot to a consultant down the road if we don't have one available at the time, and that decision to proceed with this work gets done afterwards.
And just speaking to Director Moran's point, like the agenda has not been set. We have not laid out exactly what is going to happen at the forum, so that's still an open discussion as well. Yeah. Director Cole-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. And this may kind of possibly build on that. And when we were speaking with staff yesterday at the city just about these reports, one question that came up is this recommendation to some degree presupposes that a housing authority is the only viable solution. And it may well turn out to be exactly that. But so there was a thought that perhaps the scope of the work could be expanded to include a review of all the tools and approaches available to a regional government to increase housing, non-market rental housing. And just once that initial step is concluded, and if it does say housing authority is the right way to go, then we'd begin with that. But it's such an enormous and complex and expensive process that just maybe just having that extra level of certainty that we have looked under all the rocks, we have, provided an analysis of all the other options. And it may be that could form part of the discussion in October when we meet. It's just a way of just looking at all the possibilities and trying to come to a conclusion at the end which may well be that a housing authority is what's required.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Yeah, I think we're sensitive here to the board's clear direction from your strategic planning process. So we weren't trying to take you in a different direction, certainly, and but appreciate that would not oppose in any sense taking a broader look at what are all the different approaches. But yeah, trying to also align with where the board's at with wanting to advance this in recognition of the crisis and the challenges that are being faced. So our I think in my mind, we were trying to do a bit of both through this work, do some feasibility in the truest sense of what's possible while also being mindful of the other approaches that could be taken, and the engagement will form part of that. If part of the feedback we hear is that, what we're lacking, if we hear this from the community, what we're lacking is just either, maybe it's more money or the provision of land or other supports, and we can do that without necessarily having to create a housing entity, then I think that would be key information to bring back to the board as part of your consideration of defining those key elements. And maybe it is those elements aren't creating an organization, it's doing something maybe slightly different. So yeah, I certainly appreciate the comments, and I think staff are of the same mind that this review could be broader than so focused just on the organization.
Thanks, Jake. And I just want to say my comments were not at all to suggest that you were Mike steering us in a direction. We gave a very clear message. I think this is more just to double check that there isn't another model like a land trust or something else that might fit many of our needs and perhaps be simpler, just to ensure we've done that piece of due diligence, looking at other options. But yeah, thank you.
Just if I could add one thing to Jake's comments, or that flow chart you see there, research and engagement, define key elements, creation, launch. What it doesn't have is a yes, no point on each of the bullets, right? As we do the research engagement, as we bring information to the board, there may be times where the board's advising and telling us that it's not appropriate, it's not the model to proceed with. And so a lot of the work that the consultant would do would be to flesh those different options out. And there could be points along the way where the board is no longer comfortable and wants to change course.
Thanks for that. Director Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I like the recommendation the way it is, actually. One of my issues with this is I'm not 100% sure that a housing authority is a good thing. I don't know if it is or it isn't. I was really hoping to see a consultant's report that would actually give some of the details so you could get better understanding of what it is we'd be getting into and where we'd be going with it. And so I think that we should actually pass the recommendation as it is and get that report and move there. We can always discuss these things at the elected officials forum, but for me, I'd just like to get more information on what we're getting into.
I guess if that's the consideration tonight, you may want to broaden the scope as was suggested by Director Cole-Hamilton. Let's go to Director Hillian.
Just a crazy thought. Are there any economies of scale to be gained by having the same person work on all of these initiatives that we've identified tonight? Strategic planning for the coalition, consultant work around these processes that we're looking at and such.
Through Madam Chair to the directors, that is exactly whom we're looking for. I think it is serendipitous that all of these things, that this crisis is all happening, unfolding in real time, so that we can work really closely and see where those efficiencies are. I don't know what the marketplace will certainly put out to us, but the expectation would be that any consultant brought on for any piece of this work would be dialed into all of the other pieces. And similarly with our public engagement, I think we, in our engagement with the coalition and other housing experts, we need to keep this all fairly tight so that you can really get a full picture of what your options are and what the community's interests and asks of you are going to be.
Next we have Director Gray.
Well, doesn't this sort of play into the whole social planner in-house direction that we're going towards? I mean, you need somebody that, I mean, it's going to be an ongoing process. It's not going to be out there finding somebody to write a $75,000 report. It's going to be, we're talking about considering having an in-house social planner. I mean, this is a natural outgrowth of that, I would say. So,
through Madam Chair to the director, this is perhaps a good time to update you a little bit on where we are with that process. So Lisa and I, but really Lisa has put together a job description that reflects a proposed job description that reflects the direction you gave us previously, which was to engage a social planner to help us implement the poverty reduction strategy. And so certainly housing and housing affordability and all of the household costs around affordability are an element of that. I would suggest that there's certainly enough work for another role. And some of the things that we're talking about here, for example, development of a business plan, I think it's quite a different skill set. But to the point, because these issues are very much integrated, doing it under the regional growth strategy service, that's really allows us to take that more fulsome look.
Thank you. Back to Director Healy.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, given that we may get one consultant to do a whole raft of work, I'm more inclined to go along with the original recommendation because I've actually spoken to members of the coalition in the last couple of days. I think they support the direction that this is going, even though they haven't been fully apprised of, they've just digested this information as the agenda has been come out. But I think they support this overall direction of looking into how can we make a bigger impact. And I don't think it's disrespectful to go ahead and advertise before we actually meet with them. But what we could do is actually, start the process, but not conclude it until after that meeting. And, if we get 6 different people who applied to do this consulting work, we invite them all to come to the meeting and hear what the community has to say.
The interview process.
Sure. I mean, so we could potentially kill several birds with one stone if you'll pardon the colloquialism there. Meet the goals that Director Grant is suggesting of finding out what this is all about, while at the same time respectfully engaging with our partners.
Thanks for that. Okay, so I don't see any further lights and we are on receipt. So I will call for receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And the board is open to make a recommendation. Recommendation 1, which is that staff be directed to engage third-party consultant to prepare a business case and seek advice for the possible establishment of a local government corporation to facilitate the creation of new non-market housing, and that $75,000 of professional fees be allocated from the management service subfunction. So it's been moved by Grant, seconded by Grieve, and it's on the floor for discussion. Director Morin, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So just in light of what Jake said earlier and and us moving away from, there seems to be a consensus of exploring that a little bit more broadly. Could that be included in that? Beyond just the corporation? Because I guess I'm wondering, were we talking about doing that at the forum or doing it under this recommendation to, are we still going to explore other options other than a corporation?
Right, I guess your question is, if something arises at the forum where we're, oh, maybe we'll want a land trust instead of a corporation, or
Yeah.
as was brought up earlier.
Like, does this recommendation allow
Is
for
this
that?
gonna hold us to that with the consultant, or are we able to broaden the scope?
Okay. We're not locked in. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Cole Hamilton.
Thank you. I was just putting together some possible other wording and discussing it briefly, so I didn't hear what James said. So, but I think I heard you say that the present wording would not preclude examining other options along the way before confirming that it is, if assuming it is the right option.
Yes, that's what was discussed.
Okay, I can support that. Thanks very much.
Okay. So I don't see any further lights. The motion's on the floor. I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously.
And two.
Thank you. So recommendation 2 moved by Grieve, seconded by Grant. And that is staff be directed to work with member municipalities of the other community partners to explore opportunities for using public lands to deliver affordable housing. Any further discussion? Director Hillian, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm just curious if that's kind of the same as what's going to be happening at the technical committee. You know, it seems to me it's part of the same process. I don't oppose it, but it just strikes me that that's part of what staff are going to be discussing in any case as they get together to talk about our homelessness and housing issues.
Certainly there's overlap. And I think that's what you find sometimes when there's these concurrent processes. This provides that very clear direction that we would work with the municipalities and makes it unequivocal, if you will. But it is connected into the work of the RGS Housing Action Plan.
Okay, any further discussion? Call the question. Is below the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Yes, I guess we do need a recess, so let's do that. How about we take 10 minutes? So we'll come back at 6:52.
Working lunch.
So we did leave off at transit, but my apologies. There is a person waiting in the audience for another part of the agenda, agenda item 9, recommendation 2. Can we vary the agenda to bring that forward? Moved by Arbor, second by Grieve. Thank you. And so we go to item 9, recommendation 2. It has to do with the temporary use permit. Director Grieve, did you want to? Okay, so it's that a temporary use permit be approved for a term of 3 years to permit community care facility license pursuant to a Community Care and Assisted Living Act on property on Forbidden Plateau Road. Moved by Grieve, seconded by Arbor. And did you want to speak to it, Director Arbor?
Just for the board's interest, this is for a proposed facility for mental health and drug addiction recovery up on Forbidden Plateau Road. And we had a good presentation yesterday. We had some one letter of concern, but I think a lot of those concerns were addressed, and I'll be voting in favor.
Okay. And there hasn't been any feedback in the interim. Okay. All right. And so it is a vote of the areas. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, going back to our regular agenda, we are on item 4, the annual transit improvement program. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Arbor, and we'll say hello, Mike.
Yes, over to Mike at the mic. Manager of Transit and Facilities, Michael Zabarski, will introduce this report and answer any questions. Michael.
Thanks, James, through the CEO and chair to the committee. I do have a presentation which we'll go through here. Yeah, so we do this every year. We're talking about the transit improvement program. Oops, that went too quick. This is an annual thing where BC Transit provides us with an opportunity to commit to the next year's expansions, or 3 years. Typically, we've been doing 1 year at a time, but they provide us with a 3-year recommendation on transit service expansions and improvements. And they require our firm commitment on that first year only at this time, which gives them a chance to then go secure the provincial portion of the expansion costs, obviously from the provincial government. That doesn't happen until February of the next year. So we have a little bit of time to wait before we hear back whether the province is going to share in those transit expansion costs. Unfortunately, for the last 2 years, they have not supported any expansions. This board has, but the province wasn't able to support expansions anywhere in BC. Importantly, the Transit Future Action Plan that was adopted by the board last year is to be used as a way of guiding our service improvements and the investments. That was a robust process where we went out to transit riders and the general public and our stakeholders and gathered input on what service improvements were the highest priority. And the transit improvement program that we have from BC Transit is reflective of those priorities. And yeah, again, transit's obviously a very important mode of transportation in the community, and it's really critical, especially these days with affordability being such a hot topic, and private transportation representing the #2 annual household expenditure in Canada, and of course here too. So transit does provide a really good way of some financial relief for our residents, and it's also a very important mode of transportation from a greenhouse gas perspective and an accessibility perspective. So we have the first year transit improvements, first year transit improvements up here on the screen right now. So these would be the ones that we would be implementing in 2024. We have a 500-hour service expansion in the conventional service scheduled or targeted for April of next year, and this would connect our route number 10 Fanny Bay with the regional district of Nanaimo's route number 99 Deep Bay. We would meet them at Deep Bay. That was the most logical place to meet up and do a turnaround and have an exchange. So the 500 hours is required to extend 2 of our trips daily down to Deep Bay to meet their route number 99. Cost of that one to CVRD was about 28,000. Also targeted for next year, this time in September, is a 5,000-hour service expansion, which would improve route number 5 Vanier. This currently is really a limited service that targets the school trips from Vanier Secondary. But we're looking at it as a way to improve access, not only to the school and the sports center, but also the food bank and the farmers market, which had been a board interest for a while now. So that trip does currently travel past the farmers market, just not at the right times, not as frequently as would be desired. So we would be able to make those improvements, and then we would also be able to modify the routing such that it would go past the food bank and end up at Anfield Center ultimately and return multiple times a day. So much better frequency overall, and not only providing better service to those specific destinations, but just the West Courtney area in general. That expansion requires three buses and the 5,000 hours of service, and would have a CVRD cost of about 365,000. And then the last one proposed for next year is in the Handy Dart service, and that would be to extend the service to 7:30. Currently, the bus service or the Handy Dart service only goes to about 4:30 most days. So providing a little bit extra service into the evening helps people on Handy Dart get around, obviously, to the many things that they want to do. So in total, about $419,000 proposed for next year CVRD costs. This is just a concept of what that route number 5 would look like. This is the one we floated out there during the Transit Future Action Plan. And so you can see it starts at the sports center, travels down headquarters, goes into the downtown of Courtney, and then ultimately via McPhee and Piercy over to Anfield Center and return. So the 3-year tip also includes years 2 and 3, and so these are the expansions that are identified in BC Transit's recommendation. We don't need to commit to these now, but I'm including them here just so the board has a sense of what could be coming in the next couple of years. So we have an 8,500-hour expansion tentatively for September 2025, also focused in the West Courtney area, and this is looking at routes 7 and 8, which we currently have, and adding a route 9. And this is really about improving the routing and the schedules in an area that's been growing quite a bit lately. The generally lower income areas of the community, and transportation is especially important to those neighborhoods. And that's something that was identified in our poverty reduction strategy. Also, September 2025 would be a fairly small 150-hour Handy Dart expansion to cover the stat holidays. And then moving into 2026, a 3,000-hour expansion to do a number of things, some improvements to the schedule on route number 3, route number 2, so those are Comox and Cumberland, adding conventional service to all of our stat holidays. Currently, we only have the stat holiday service on 3 of them. And then also just some general kind of reliability improvements with our schedule. Also a 600-hour service expansion, which would kind of redesign some traditional on-demand services that we have now. Right now we have an on-demand service in Cape Lazo, Point Homes area and the Huban Seal Bay area, where you have to phone like 24 hours in advance. There's very restrictive times of the day when a bus would come and get you. So it's just not used right now. And so this would redesign that possibly towards a digital on-demand transit. But some of the work that BC Transit and us will be doing will help kind of flesh out what that would look like. And then finally, some additional Handy Dart at peak times, 2,100 hours. So next steps is that we need to confirm our first year of expansion. So that was in the conventional transit service, that was the number 5 Vanier dealing with the food bank and the farmer's market, but also the number 10 Fanny Bay to connect to the Nanaimo service. And then also the Handy Dart service extending service into the evenings. If the board supports these expansions at this time, we would then include them in the financial plan. And we could consider those years 2s and 3s in the future. Some other work that the board may be interested in is the service investigations. So these are things where we're still needing to kind of flesh out what we would look to do in transit service. So Hornby Denman, we don't really know what a BC Transit level of service would look like yet. We're going to do that service investigation. A more robust interregional connection to the South Island. So this one that we're proposing this year is a very small connection. We would be looking at maybe a larger, more frequent, more of an express type of connection with the South Island, and then also the digital on-demand service and where that could be deployed here. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, we got a lineup of questions. So starting with Director Murray.
Great, thanks, Chair. It was worth the wait, all these great questions from us, I'm sure. Well, obviously, I'm thrilled about the 5,000 hours for the farmers market and sports center, et cetera. Long time coming, and I'm assuming you've mentioned that those extra hours will obviously be during those peak times for you. Yeah, I guess you look at.
We would definitely target the farmers market, but schedule and the food bank.
And even the sports center. So that,
yeah.
And then that route obviously goes into West Courtney. So that will provide some additional, like, obviously if people are not going to those areas, that's still going to improve their service just for that route. So that's great.
Yeah.
And then the future, the West Courtney, the future list, the 25-26 list, those, that proposal for the, I look at the screen, I'm blind, the West Courtney routes. So that will increase the frequency of those buses, because we definitely get some comments around some of those West Courtney routes that they're still waiting, a long time for the bus.
Yeah, the exact kind of nature of the service improvements we haven't really fleshed out, but the concept is that we have 2 existing routes, the 7 Arden and the 8 Anfield, and they kind of cover a large area. We're trying to do a large amount of stuff with 2 routes. And the routing is really confusing and just kind of goes all over the place. So we would add that 3rd route, number 9. So the routes are much more simple and straightforward for people to understand. And then, add some frequency. So there'd be more service, more frequent service on each of those routes.
And do we ever get back to people who have been inquiring or pleading for extra service, or do we just put it out in a press release and hope that people read it?
Generally, we do a more kind of broad public outreach when we have new routes or an improved service. If there's a specific stakeholder like the farmers market, we might be reaching out more specifically to them ahead of time. But for the individuals that call in or email in, we don't typically follow up. Sometimes it's like 2 years after they've been asking for these things. So
I mean, obviously, whatever we can do in all these little pockets of density that we're, Comox is in the same boat, but certainly, those multi-residential areas, it's great to just increase the service there. So thanks so much.
Thanks. Next, we have Director Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report, Mike. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the connection with the RDN, and I certainly really appreciate the fact that that's come together as quickly as it has. And I realize this is kind of like a put together with baling wire and gum to make it work until BC Transit can put it together. And I thought the description was kind of interesting. It said quote, the trip would be lengthy and involve multiple transfers between routes. You had me at lengthy, but I was just wondering what that would entail for a person who is planning to go from, say, Courtney to Nanaimo.
Yeah, it's definitely the baling wire service improvement for South Island and interregional transit. Hopefully buys us a bit of time, but yeah, technically one could get down to Nanaimo and beyond on transit. There would be a connection in Deep Bay. There'd be a connection in Qualicum. There'd be a connection somewhere in Nanaimo. So it would take 3 buses to get to the Woodgrove Mall in Nanaimo. And then if you wanted to go to a ferry terminal, there's another bus. Or if you want to go connect down to, further South Island. So it's a slow, lengthy trip. It's not going to be one that a lot of people are using to get, down to the ferry, but it does provide, that critical kind of missing link.
Yeah.
And for, some people that absolutely need it and can't afford the private bus options right now, then it does provide a way down island.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up? And just on that affordability piece of versus a private bus ticket, will a single ticket get you, if you buy a ticket on a bus here, will that take you all the way, or do you have to buy a separate one when you get to?
Yeah, you'd have to buy separate fares at each connection. Well, not each connection, I shouldn't say that. You could buy a day pass once you get to the Nanaimo service, and that would get you all the way to Cowichan Valley. But between our bus service and the Nanaimo one, you'd have to pay again, like we do with Campbell River. So somebody can travel to the Oyster River on a $2 fare, and then they have to pay another $2 fare from Oyster River up to Campbell River, and that's just because they're different transit services. So at this point, with this type of service improvement, yeah, they would require $2 to get to Deep Bay, and then another, I think Nanaimo is actually probably $250 or $275 to get down further, or a day pass, which is I think $5 down there.
And just a final quick question. Do we have a sense of when BC Transit, you said they're doing a study right now to develop a more expeditious alternative? Do we have an idea of when we could expect that?
They haven't started yet. They're proposing to start this basically early winter, so later this year. And I would expect that would take, probably 6 months before they'd have a report that could come back to the board. So maybe summer next year, maybe at this meeting next year where we're deciding on the next version of TIP, we would be in a position to have a sense of where they're going. And I think it really highly depends on where the province in general is going with interregional or intercity transit. There's been some, as you know, some stakeholder engagement where the province is looking at how people get between cities, and if there's some different way of doing it that doesn't involve our local transit dollars, that might be something that just takes a little longer to understand and figure out.
Thank you. Next, we have Director McCollum.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report. Yeah, I mean, it's always great to see us looking for ways to improve and expand our transit service. It's a gradual process, and I think the connection between our region and the regional district of Nanaimo is part of that. We start with something that's achievable and kind of, hopefully continuously improve it. So my hope is that will look different in 5 years than it is now. And we, got to start somewhere. I did have a question about the recommendation around the expansion for route number 5 as it's outlined versus the next year's suggested expansion hours. Because when we received this report back in, I guess it was 2022, it was laid out in reverse. And I think my assumption in reading the report was that the expansion on the West Courtenay routes was actually the higher priority. And so I just wanted to understand why that's not what we're seeking to do. And maybe I misunderstood, but I would like the basis to know why the expansion on Route 5 is of greater impact.
I don't know that it's of greater impact, but it seemed to be of greater interest more recently from the board, specifically with the farmers market and the food bank. We did during the Transit Future Action Plan, we did hear a lot more from kind of West Courtenay residents about the 7, 8, 9 and the need for that. And I would suggest that could have a larger ridership impact, but the importance of the food bank and farmers market on certain demographics of people was something that we were hearing a lot of lately. And so that was kind of in our mind when we work with BC Transit to prioritize or put the order here together. So that's why route number 5 is suggested first, but if the board wanted to consider a different priority or different order, that's on the table as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the tough set of things to be balancing off each other. You know, access to the farmers market, our recreation center, and the food bank versus, you know, one of our goals, which is to have a system that has good ridership and serves the needs of the community. So I guess I would ask, like, I mean, you were involved in the engagement from the community. That was part of what formed the recommendations originally, and was, I mean, is the recommendation that we have in front of us more from the board's input, or was that what was heard through the transit action plan engagement process?
I think the recommendation that's in front of you is more based on the board's interest. And I think through the Transit Future Action Plan, we heard more from people about the West Courtney routes.
Yeah.
And it's really tough balancing ridership over people's need to access, you know, food and things like that. So tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think I would lean toward relying on the process that we initially did. And yeah, I think if that's really what we heard from transit riders in the community, I would almost prefer to see that prioritized, and even just switching. And I guess my question to you is, would that be a challenge if we switch this around at this point in time? Or, you know, because it sounds like you've done engagement with BC Transit on this, and if it's just if we're going to set things back for this change and it's really a year difference, then, you know, I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I think they're open to us changing the order. I would maybe just caution that the West Courtney route 7, 8, and 9 is a bigger ask. So if we're asking the province to cost share this with us, they might have an easier time with a smaller ask than a bigger ask. And the board might want to just, you know, consider that too. I guess with the upcoming budget, the West Courtney routes is, you know, $607,000 service increase versus I think it was $365,000 for the route 5. So I think BC Transit's open to it, but then they need to go and ask for the provincial share. And just sometimes it's a little bit easier to get smaller asks approved.
Yeah, I guess that's a factor too. Yeah, there's quite a few variables. I am just looking at the map for that was in the original proposal, and it does look like the changes to Route 7 also improve access to the food bank, although it doesn't get the route right out front the way that this proposal does. But anyway, I'll leave that there for now because there's plenty of other people that want to speak.
Thanks. Next we have Director Hillier.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike. So since my mother-in-law moved to the community, I get regular reports on the transit system. But I'm not going to repeat my ask for the bus stop at Oceanfront Village, so you don't need to worry about that. I just want to know what you can tell us about the driver shortage situation. That's something that I've been hearing about for some time now from a number of different sources, that routes are being canceled because we just can't get the drivers. And of course, we all get a letter today from downtown businesses and the Sid Williams Theatre talking about people who can't get to work because of bus cancellations. And so I guess I've really got two questions. What can you tell us about the situation, and how does the possibility of expansion fit with us not being able to deliver the routes that we've got right now?
Yeah, so like many industries, there's a labor shortage, and we've been lucky until June to not have that affect us, but elsewhere in the province, they've had issues with bus driver shortages and mechanics, and so that has been something that other communities in BC have been experiencing for a couple of years now. But finally, it has hit us here in the Comox Valley, and basically since June, we've had to cancel a number of trips due to lower numbers of drivers. And we're being told that starting next week, that shouldn't be a problem. They've obviously in the summer had a lot of drivers off on vacation, and they've ramped up their recruitment. This is the transit operator, which is a private contractor to BC Transit. So they've been working at recruiting new drivers and getting them through their training, and they've got a few coming online in the next couple of weeks. So between the drivers that are not on vacation starting next week and the new drivers that are recruited in, we're very hopeful that that issue will go away. Hopefully. So, we have thought about how that works with the proposed transit expansions, and I'm, like I said, very hopeful this problem will go away. But if it doesn't, the timing of some of these expansions is close to a year away. So we're hoping to work with the transit operator and BC Transit to resolve those labor shortage issues between now and then. Some of the transit expansions may also help. So one of the things that we've heard from bus drivers is that the split shift is a very undesirable shift. So we have a peak of transit service out in the morning, then it has a bit of a lull in the middle of the day, and then there's a peak again in the afternoon. And so bus drivers have to get up, go to work for 4 hours, then go home for a bunch of hours, and then come back to work for 4 hours. And so not a super desirable shift for many of them. If we can invest some of our transit expansions into that midday, then maybe there's less split shifts and more desirable work for bus drivers. So yeah, we're definitely hoping that this problem just goes away completely. But if it doesn't, there's an opportunity to maybe use some of these transit expansion hours to help the issue.
Thanks. The other thing I'll ask you is, without getting too deep into labor relations, it seems that there's different transit sites that are going on strike or withdrawing services or whatever. And I hear that we don't pay our bus drivers in the Comox Valley area as much as they get paid in Campbell River. I mean, are these all separate contracts throughout every region of the province?
Yeah, so well, not every region, but there's a lot of individual transit operating contracts. So BC Transit, other than in Victoria and Nanaimo and I think Powell River, they contract that out to private operators, and each of those private operators then hires drivers and mechanics, etc. In our case, the collective agreement between our transit contractor is the same one in Campbell River. So they operate both Campbell River and here, and it is actually the same collective agreement. So they get paid the same, but they possibly are getting paid less than transit drivers in Nanaimo or Victoria or other systems. So they have been negotiating their collective agreement, which expired in March, and are still in that process.
Is that factoring into the shortages at all?
Could be. Yeah, you might have some drivers that are not loving how things are going with the collective agreement, and that might be impacting the driver shortage for sure.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'll just conclude by saying that, we've got a pretty serious letter here from Downtown Business and the SID, and it's addressed to the entire board, and I'm not sure what our process is for responding to something like that. So, yeah, just arrived today from administration. So hopefully our leadership can consider some type of a response. Thanks.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I will look and discuss it with staff and get back to them. Thanks. So next we have Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question in regards to our friends up at CFB Comox, in regards to have we had much engagement with the folks up at CFB Comox on the bus route?
Not in a long time. We did add some service several years ago to correspond with the main shift times up at CFB Comox. It's not performing especially well. We're not getting a lot of ridership from the base. We've had some conversations kind of informally with them a few years ago now, and it kind of indicated that, you know, they have a lot of members up there that are with families or can't make the transit schedule work for them, and they're really not in an ideal location for transit service. If we could put them in the downtown, that would be great. But yeah, it's a very difficult site to service. So we haven't really focused on serving the base. The feedback we got through the Transit Future Action Plan didn't suggest that there was a lot of interest from people up there for better service. So that's why it's not really something you see in the priorities or the Transit Future Action Plan. And yeah, we haven't heard anything from them in a long time.
Next, we have Director Grant.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to wake up there for all that. I was just wondering, is it possible to get ridership numbers for the routes as we go? I'm just wondering if we track some of this as we add new, 5,000 plus hours. Can we track it to make sure it's actually successful?
Yeah, we do have, I don't have it right in front of me, but we do track it by route and overall, of course, and that's something we can provide to the board. And we do monitor that kind of on an annual basis to see what's working, what's not. There's definitely some routes that are lower performing than others.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Morin.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just circling back to Director McCollum's comments and respectfully, my recollection is that we did have pretty robust discussion about shifting that priority, and it was because of the feedback that we were getting from community groups around in terms of equity and people who with lots of barriers getting to the farmers market and the food bank in particular. And I believe we had some input from Family Services and some other nonprofits that provide the help administer the coupon program. So, we often see people who have money going to the farmers market, and we think it's kind of a, just a nice, lovely day at the market, and you get all this expensive food. But actually, there's a lot of local people who utilize the provincial coupon program, and they weren't able to get to the farmers market. This was all my recollection, that we did get some feedback from some of those groups saying that their clients were having a really hard time being able to even utilize those. So that was just a little bit of history, and I guess also that this that particular route, to my recollection, is going back to when I was first elected in 2018, that we were hearing about needing more service there. So, well, I agree that it doesn't seem to make sense in some ways that we would shift that priority. I think we did have some good rationale at the time why we were changing those priorities. So maybe other people have a better memory than me, but that's what I remember. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Kerr.
Thank you. Just a question about Route 3, the 2026-27 changes, just so I understand the table, page 10 of the report, or I think it was on a previous slide. Vehicle requirements 2, does that mean a second bus will be added to the route at any given time? So there'll be 2 buses circling, or one going in the opposite direction, as I maybe have mentioned once or twice before, or what exactly does that mean? Thanks.
Yeah, so that 3,000 hour service expansion in April 2026 which would include the Route 3 improvements, but also the Route 2 stat holidays and some general reliability improvements. That kind of triggers 2 extra buses. So typically when we're adding service during the peak, all of the buses right now are out during the peak of service. So if we want to add any more at those kind of peak times, 6:30 till 9ish in the morning, it triggers another bus. So it's not necessarily that we're going to have 2 buses doing Route 3. What we were kind of proposing with this particular expansion for the Route 3 was just some additional trips during the day. Right now, we've got some fairly limited service in the evenings and the mornings, so we would probably be adding a couple 3 trips a day on route number 3, make it a little bit easier for people to get to work, back from work, or go out in the evening.
Okay, I don't see any further lights. We're on receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. And there are 2 recommendations. Recommendation 1, that the conventional transit service expansion be approved for implementation in 2024. It includes the 5,000 hours, the Vanier improved access to food bank and farmers market, and the 500 service hours for Route 10 Fenny Bay in connection to Nanaimo through Deep Bay. Moved by Arbor, seconded by Hillian. And Arbor, you want to speak?
Yeah, thanks. If this gets approved, that was on my 2018 election platform to connect the RDN and the region. So I'm celebrating big time today, and I finally see the cost of that at 30 grand. It's taken a long 5 years. I will be calling my colleague Stuart McLean at RDN Area H, which is the Bowser area. And I know both of his residents and my residents in Fanny Bay. It's not just the interregional, but those communities are actually more integrated than you think in terms of culture and events, and they will benefit from that connection. I know Director Grieve had been calling for such a system since about 2010 or 2011. So yeah, for me, it's actually a pretty big celebration. And as Dr. McCollum said, the start of good things to come down the road. People can now commute between Campbell River and Victoria if this gets approved today.
Thanks for that. Okay, so it's a vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Recommendation 2. Moved by Grant, seconded by Cole Hamilton, that a paratransit expansion of 800 hours be approved for implementation in 2024 to extend handy dart service into the evenings. Any further discussion? It's a both full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We are now moving on to the regional airshed protection strategy. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Arbor. Over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm pleased to introduce Daphne Mazura, Policy and Planning Analyst, who will be introducing the staff report, and Robin Holmes there to assist as well if need be. So Daphne, over to you.
Thank you, James. Through the CAO and the Chair to the Board of Directors, good evening. The purpose of this staff report is to present the regional airshed protection strategy. The strategy is a key deliverable of the airshed roundtable. The board directed the establishment of the roundtable in 2019. That's the regional airshed roundtable, as a collaborative framework to improve air quality. It was clear that the status quo was not working and a new approach was required. Although this strategy is not the panacea, it is an important step to move the dial in the right direction. The strategy has been updated to include the board's feedback and recommendations following the presentation of the initial draft in May 2022. Key updates include allowing for a broadened scope as an iterative document with an initial focus on wood smoke. The strategy was updated to broaden the scope and make accommodations for emerging air quality needs. For example, the title and subsequent references were changed from wood smoke reduction strategy to regional airshed protection strategy. Updates were made on the prioritization of actions. The criteria for the prioritization of implementation actions has been included as a guideline. This will allow for various jurisdictions to identify implementation actions according to their capacity, resources, and strategic priorities. Updates were made to provide clarity on identified themes. Clarity has been added to improve legibility for areas where the board raised questions. For example, the wood smoke focus, the engagement levels for various stakeholders, and so forth. Updates related to policy and reporting references were also made. For example, the metrics for the 2018 to 2022 Georgia Strait Air Zone were made. Other responses to the board's feedback have been included in the staff report. Furthermore, Dr. Charmaine Enns, Medical Health Officer, presented to the board in September 2022 as a representative of the Roundtable Steering Committee, validating the engagement process of the Roundtable. This strategy will serve as a guide to support our member municipalities and partners in the undertaking actions within their ability and jurisdictional control. Serving to accomplish the vision for clean and healthy air all year round for current and future generations, the strategy was developed through a unique, inclusive, and holistic approach where multiple interests were represented with a focus on the process. Thorough analysis was conducted by the Roundtable Steering Committee, comprised of subject matter experts, to identify and balance underlying concerns and build on areas of common interest for the refinement of recommendations. This strategy provides the opportunity to build on these partnerships and collaborations for the implementation of actions. Staff recommend that the strategy be used as a springboard for multi-jurisdictional and multi-agency action, and to be shared with the Airshed Roundtable Steering Committee for both independent and partnership implementation. Staff also recommend the implementation of the strategy focus on actions that the CVRD has the authority to implement. As listed on this slide, these actions relate to education for cleaner burning, increased awareness of financial supports, and the implementation of creative and collaborative courses and campaigns. The implementation of the strategy will align with the BC Community Wood Smoke Reduction Program undertakings, such as education, rebates, and citizen science initiatives. The Community Wood Smoke Reduction Program has recently introduced a grant opportunity for citizen science initiatives that work towards increasing the understanding of wood smoke impacts. Through the Wood Smoke Reduction Program, staff have submitted an application for funding to purchase 10 purple air monitors in hotspot areas. These hotspot areas have been identified in previous mobile monitoring studies for the Comox Valley. The monitors will be distributed to interested residents, and then which can then be viewed on the University of Northern British Columbia Purple Air Monitoring Map. Here, data is verified and managed on servers hosted by Environment and Climate Change Canada and becomes part of the provincial air quality data set. So the next steps are to reconvene the steering committee in preparation for the implementation of educational initiatives in 2024. If the granting for the 2023-24 Wood Smoke Reduction program is approved, staff will purchase and distribute 10 purple air monitors to interested residents in the hotspot areas. Together with the steering committee, educational initiatives will be identified, planned, and launched. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, and we do have a question from Director Hillian.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report. I just need to have my memory refreshed about who's on the steering committee, is that primarily the technical people from different agencies? It's not the regular citizens that were at the roundtable?
Through the chair to Director Hillian. The steering committee is comprised of subject matter experts and our member municipalities.
Okay, so there's a good chance that they'll all come back and re-engage. Yeah. So what I'm primarily interested in is that collaboration is going to take place with well, primarily Courtney around the purple air monitors, since Courtney's already got some, and we want to make sure that they get located in different areas and such. I'm also curious about the fact that there's no suggestion that we might be moving towards any enforcement activities or bylaw initiatives in the regional district areas. The challenge that we're going to have, having gone the bylaw route in Courtney, is that we've got areas where there's an interface, with significant residential areas that where on one side of the road it's Courtney, and the other side of the road it's area B or C or whatever, and so we're going to have bylaw complaints from one side of the road about the other side of the road where there's no bylaw in place, and I'm just curious about whether there's been any discussion about how to redress that contradiction.
Through the chair to Director Hillian, that is a key challenge of air quality planning, is the jurisdictional boundaries related to the movement of air, and whether jurisdictions can coordinate on bylaw development. It really depends on the tools that are available, the capacity that they have. However, this is the purpose of the Air Shared Roundtable, and the development of the strategy is to address similar issues, and not only consider regulation, but other opportunities such as education, which has been highlighted in the staff report.
Okay, fair enough. And if the board will permit me this slight indulgence, I've never had so many letters on any issue as on wood stoves. The many people who wrote and said this was going to be a defining issue, and some of whom called me a nasty so-and-so, all of whom I replied to, apparently had no impact on my ability to get reelected to this table. So
we're all there to see.
But the only other thing I want to say is I'm damn glad that we're no longer seeing those irritating ads from the wood stove industry, and I hope they're satisfied that we're not out to eliminate them from the business market. Thank you.
Go ahead. Through the chair to Director Hillian, I just want to let you know that we, the staff at the CVRD, have been meeting on an ongoing basis with the City of Courtney staff, and it is our intention that when we are looking at the distribution of these purple air monitors, that we will make sure to distribute them in a way that expands on the network, and so we're not concentrating them in the same locations. And as well, through our monthly meetings with staff, we do identify these challenges, and we're keeping in touch with them in terms of the progress of their changes to the bylaw and enforcement challenges. So we have these additional meetings that are beyond the steering committee meetings, and we are finding this to be a really effective way to work together. And we're also exploring opportunities to look at communication in the future.
That's great.
Thanks for that. Next, we have Director Grieve.
Yes, well, I'm looking at the steering committee and I don't see anybody from any electoral areas on there. I see a lot of ministry officials and whatever. We talk about the bad actors that are causing most of the problem. And I think that, although their association did them no favors, the Hearth, Patio and Barbecue Association, whatever the heck they call themselves, I think a lot of the people that work in the industry are trying to distance themselves from that whole episode. I get my chimney cleaned every year. It takes quite a while to book one. I got it done last week, actually, because otherwise you'd have to turn your wood stove off for a day and freeze to death. But talking to Oliver's chimney sweep, second generation sweep. It's interesting that they can pretty well tell you where the bad actors are. Much like if you want to know where the failing septics are, just talk to the pumper truck guy. He'll tell you exactly where they are. So it seems amazing to me that they're not even included on this committee, when I think we have to address the problem at the source. Because wood stoves aren't going to go anywhere. Wood heat's not going to go away. We're surrounded by all this wood in the forest around us, and it's an available resource. It's not a fossil fuel. It's recognized by the Canadian government as being a sustainable fuel. So, you know, we're stuck with it. But what we have to do is we have to get some cooperation on how to rein in the people that are abusing the privilege. I think there's, you know, a vast majority of people that make sure their wood's dry and burn it properly, get the fire going, you know, all that stuff. Plus, there's other technologies out there. I think Director Hillian was talking about one interesting that they use in Europe, where it's basically an electrostatic mesh that takes all the PM 2.5 out of the smoke as it goes up. So there is technology available, but I do think that it would be important to engage at least one representative from the industry on how they can actually contribute to solutions to the problem. Because, as I say, you know, it's a lot of it is caused by people that are obviously burning their wood improperly. People who don't have EPA rated stoves. Maybe they don't know. You talk about the education piece, or maybe they're not aware of the fact that if their house burns down, they're not going to be able to get insurance for it. You know, I've got wet certificate for my stove, and when I put it in. So these guys, I mean, they can tell you how to do it right, and they should be enlisted as part of the solution, not branded as part of the problem. I think they do recognize that the President Association, I did meet with them last year or the year before, and you know, no offense, but he's from New Brunswick. So he did no services at all to the running those ads on the buses and everything. I mean, it's just ridiculous, right? So I do think that the more responsible people in the industry are trying to put as much ground between their association and them. So I would like to see a representation on the steering committee from the industry. I think that only makes sense. We talk about Courtney, Comox, and Cumberland all being part of the steering committee. So, you know, I think we need to come up with some solutions, because, as I say, people are going to burn wood. The only thing that will deter them, much like fossil fuels, is when you're paying, you know, what are you paying now? $2 a liter for gas. That's going to dissuade some people from roaring around the place. And the same with a cord of good wood now is up to $350, $400. So it's not a cheap source of heat. Heat pumps are much better. Thank you.
And I think I'll follow that up with just saying a big thanks to all those participants on the roundtable and the steering committee, both industry and ministries. Thanks for that participation. So next we have Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. Just in addition to Director Gray's comments in regards to the steering committee, again, municipal government sitting on the steering committee, but nobody from the rural areas that's sitting on the steering committee is a little concerning. I know when I was banging on doors last year, there were a lot of folks that did put forth their concerns about bylaws being put in place or removals of wood stoves being put in place. Again, reminding ourselves that in the rural areas, sometimes electricity can go up for 2 or 3 days. And consequently, if you have a heat pump and you don't have a wood stove and your power goes out for 2 or 3 days, it's pretty difficult to heat your home. So those were just a couple of my comments. As well, with regards to the technology, there are better and more tactical wood stoves out there, and maybe that's something that we go down the road with regards to maybe if you're going to continue to burn wood, that, you know, over a phased period of time, you're going to be required to have this type of a wood stove instead of this one.
Thanks. Daphne, I wonder if I could ask, or sorry, Madam Chair, I wonder if I could ask Daphne to speak to the composition of the steering committee, just as the topic's come up a couple of times.
Thank you, James. Through the chair, to the directors. When the Airshed Roundtable was established, the structure of the steering committee was comprised of the technical experts and the local government, which is the city of Courtenay, village of Cumberland, town of Comox, including the CVRD. The Airshed Roundtable included industry members as well, and we have a very unique approach to airshed planning. Most of the jurisdictions within BC have not included industry in their planning, so we did go above and beyond to include the industry, and also bearing in mind that I know, trying to reduce the impacts of existing wood burning appliances was an area where the wood stove industry contributed greatly, even in the development of this strategy. And that was also identified in the working groups, which were very successful and included industry. Also, the structure of the Airshed Roundtable was designed to engage various stakeholders at different levels according to the requirements. So again, if we reconvene, we are looking to work with the steering committee for educational initiatives through the work that was identified through the Airshed Roundtable. Thank you.
Thanks, Daphne. Oh, Robin, go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair to the directors, I just wanted to confirm that CVRD staff did represent electoral area planning in that participation in the steering committee. So in terms of the bylaws and the planning and the issues that our residents face, those interests were represented through the CVRD staff's involvement.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I wasn't gonna put my mic on, but I ended up being area whatever, because there was area BC and whatever. So then I took offense, so I put my mic on. But to Director Hillian's comments, if he does wish to get a higher volume of emails than we did with the wood stove issue, I encourage you to propose a ban of gas stations in Courtenay, or potentially of natural gas. Let's see how it goes. I would like to ask staff, I see 10 units, but it doesn't really geolocate those units where they would be. I do believe, like Dr. McCollum and the other item earlier had a good point, like let the process dictate where those things should be and the experts dictate. However, if by any chance the communities of Royston and Union Bay do not have, are not included in those 10 locations, I would like to utilize other budgets that I have available in Area A to make sure that we get a station each for Royston and Union Bay, and I'll pay for it from Area A, so that you would purchase 12 stations. I thought I'd provide that feedback. There's a lot of interest in those communities around the impact of wood smokes, and I would want to make sure that we have some monitoring happening. Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't see any further lights. So thanks, Daphne and Robin. We're on receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. There is a recommendation. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Morin, that the regional airshed protection strategy attached to Appendix A, in accordance with the CVRD's jurisdiction, that strategy be distributed to the Airshed Roundtable Steering Committee membership agencies, with requests that the agencies, organizations implement the strategy's actions, either independently or in partnership. And further, that staff be directed to focus on strategy actions that the CVRD has existing authority to implement. Any further discussion? Director Grey.
Yeah, in the original report, it says number 6A, increased distribution of moisture meters. Is that still on the agenda or no? Are we still giving out moisture meters?
Moisture meters, we usually have the campaign during the fall, so we will launch that during fall. Usually that's when we do moisture meter campaigns are targeted for fall and winter. Yes, so that still as part of the wood smoke reduction program as well.
Okay, and also further to Director Arbor's request for purple air meters. I think the actual association, the Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association, at one point said that they could supply purple meters free. So there's a chance of getting some more. Thank you.
So is that something that staff can follow up with?
Through the chair to the directors, this is something staff can look into, whether we can increase our ask to 12 monitors in order to cover off Director Arbor's interest in providing 2 additional purple air monitors in Area A.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We are on to permissive tax exemptions for Sunnydale Golf Society. Moved by Grieve, seconded by Grant. And do staff need to speak to this?
Item 6 and 7, Kevin DeVille, Manager of Financial Planning, would be available to provide a brief presentation. These are annual reports that are presented, and this is the 2023 version for next year's budget process. So Kevin, if you had a brief presentation for the board, otherwise it is 7:56 at night. Yeah, long in the day. So
through the chair to directors, good evening again. Yes, I'll be brief because these are the annual asks for permissive tax exemptions from both Sunnydale Golf Society and the Union Bay Historical Society. So most of you are very familiar with these. Of course, with respect to Sunnydale, this pertains to the Sunnydale Golf Course site, with the exception of the pro shop. And this is an exemption under section 391(4)(a) of the Local Government Act pertaining to operations that are used principally for public athletic or recreation purposes. Of course, this site is under a long-term lease through the province of BC. The regional district leases that site and then subleases that back to Sunnydale. It's a 30-year lease through 2032. There has been no changes to the use of the property over the previous years. And of course, in order for permissive tax exemptions to make it into the upcoming tax year, the BC assessment does require that all permissive tax bylaws be adopted prior to October 31st. And with respect to the Sunnydale permissive tax, this would result in a reduction in the society's rural taxes by approximately $20,213, which is just slightly different than the 23 amount of $19,250. So I'll just kind of leave that one alone, and then we can certainly proceed on to Union Bay.
Well, all of a sudden we have a list of questions here, starting with Director Grieve.
Thanks very much. I had the great privilege of emceeing the 100th anniversary of Sunnydale Golf Course celebration at the end of July, along with Director Morin and Director Hardy, and quite an illustrious and interesting history started by World War I vets that came by and built a couple of holes and ended up being 9, and then in the 50s it extended 18. So it's quite a historical golf course with lots of stories, lots of backstories that I got to hear. So yeah, I'm definitely in favor of moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Director McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. I had some reservations about this, I believe, the last time I saw this on the agenda, and we got a nice presentation about all the great work that the society does. And as Director Grieve alluded to, that it's a long history in the community of providing this recreational function. But I mean, in my other role at the City of Courtenay, we don't provide tax exemptions to organizations that are in competition with private business. And that actually, we run into an issue with that when it comes to daycare. So, you know, that's not a perfect policy. But in this case, I do have a hard time understanding why we would choose one golf course in which to assist through tax requisite or tax reduction to allow them to keep their green fees lower than other places around the Comox Valley that are operating as a business. So I'm having a hard time with that. It also has a restaurant. And again, we have restaurants in the community that pay property taxes. So for me, that's a real stumbling block in feeling that this permissive tax exemption is a good use of public dollars. So unless I'm convinced otherwise, I think I'll be voting against the recommendation.
Next, we have Director Kerr.
Thank you. So just, Kevin, if I can understand this. So if we vote for this, this is $20,000 more dollars that would be spread out over the rest of the taxpayer base in the rural areas. Okay. If we don't approve it, the society, the golf course would, I guess, to make ends meet, would need to increase green fees or membership revenue some other way to balance the books, in theory.
Correct, through the chair to the director. So if the board were to decline this, obviously then that tax would become borne by that society, and the society would have to pick up that cost, in addition to the roughly $20,000 a year that they pay to lease the site, or sublease the site rather, you know, for their operations. You know, with respect to, you know, kind of part of the rationale, I mean, yes, it's a nonprofit society that runs this facility, and it therefore makes it you know, more accessible to the public and provides those opportunities that maybe some of the private golf courses not necessarily provide. And of course, we do exclude, you know, the revenue generation component, which is largely the pro shop. The reason the restaurant is included as part of the exemption is it's run by the society, run by their own staff. So in the guise of our policy and in support of BC assessment, they feel that that's a prudent approach.
And if I may, have we had any correspondence in past years from the public who don't feel they should be subsidizing a golf course?
I've certainly not seen any correspondence in my tenure here, you know, with anybody that's against providing a permissive tax to this particular organization.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. I think a number of us today attended Gordon John's Canada Trails presentation today, and we heard how important that particular trail was in regards to mental health and physical health, and how many of us are supportive of activities that support that. So to me, I guess I look at the golf course out at Sunnydale as a similar type thing where, again, there's a lot of folks that go out there, and it could be argued mental health could be jeopardized if you play the game long enough. But also there is that mental health in regards to going out there and chasing that little white golf ball for a few hours. There's the physical attributes and the physical health from walking around on that golf course. The society, the socialization with regards to engaging with not just your own friends, but meeting new friends on that golf course. These are all things that I think we need to take into consideration when we argue that, you know, for the sake of $25,000 or $28,000, whatever it is, that we measure that. What is our mental health? What is our physical health and our social well-being worth? And for the amount of folks that go out there and play on that golf course, you know, to me, $28,000 isn't a whole heck of a lot. We just finished voting on having a transit bus go down from Deep Bay down towards Lanceville. And what was the value of that particular activity? Probably about the same amount, but we didn't have a problem with that. but we seem to have a problem with regards to the request from the Sunnydale Golf Course. Myself, I totally support their request, and I just put that out there. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any further lights. So we're on receipt. All in favor of receipt? Any opposed? That's carried. There's a recommendation, and that's we allow the tax exemption 100% to the Sunnydale Golf Society. And it's moved by Grieve, seconded by Grant. Any further discussion? Don't see any lights. It's a vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? McCullum and Cole Hamilton. And it's carried. Okay, we're on to item 7. Thank you. And over to you, Kevin.
Thank you. Through again the chair to the director. So yes, this pertains to the Union Bay Historical Society. So this covers the Union Bay Historic Post Office and the jail facility located next door. This is provided under an exemption under section 392(1)(c) of the Local Government Act pertaining to heritage buildings. Again, no change in use has been identified from previous years. And once again, this covers, the entire site, and as with before, needs to be the bylaw needs to be adopted by October 31st in order to make it into next year's roll. I did forget to mention with the earlier one, the bylaws for first, second, and third reading are included later on in the agenda for the board's consideration. This particular exemption for 2024 would result in a total reduction in the provincial and local rural taxes collected by approximately $6,293, which is again slightly up from 2023 at about $59.93. So I'll leave that one at that, and certainly any questions.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Director Hillian, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if this could be considered the equivalent of a regional district get out of jail free card.
Quite possibly.
Sorry to be silly. I fully support the motion. Thanks.
Okay, so we're on receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? Moved by Grant, seconded by McCullum. Again, that we allow the permissive tax exemption of 100% for the Union Bay Historical Society. Any further discussion? And it's a vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. We're on to item 8, the 2024 financial planning process and proposed changes. Moved by Grant, seconded by Arbor, and over to staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Lucy Wacharek, our Chief Financial Officer, will introduce the staff report with a brief PowerPoint and be available for discussions.
Thank you. I don't know if it's an advantage to be at the tail end of your agenda or not, or so I'm not sure. I guess I'll find out. So, yeah. Thank you. Through the acting CAO to Madam Chair, and good evening, directors. Staff is here this evening to present about the upcoming 2024 financial planning cycle. Key dates are being proposed, as well as changes to this year's process. So each year, the annual financial planning process involves staff across most of the CVRD departments. So once the proposed budget is delivered, the process whereby the CVRD board and 6 other committees or commissions are involved begins. Considering the large amount of time and resources used, efforts into continuous improvement results in welcome efficiencies. Earlier this year, after the 2023 financial plan was adopted by the board, staff conducted a debrief. We gathered feedback from staff involved, had multiple discussions with EMT, with the executive management team, and began formulating ways to improve. Opportunities were identified for streamlining the process through adjusting timelines, optimizing the use of our technology, standardizing information, and becoming more strategically focused. The directors are aware that departments begin the annual planning process during the summer months and the delivery of the proposed budget in January of the new year is a key point. The review identified many improvements to make the process staff walkthrough more efficient. And some of these are already in action as staffing budgets are built, the technology use is improved, and formal kickoff meetings are planned. So much of what staff does is in preparation of delivering that budget to the board and proceeding with supporting directors through the deliberation and the approval parts of that budget process. So my presentation to you today will focus on the processes involving the board and its committees and its commission. Over the course of our review, 4 key areas of improvements were identified. Building focus and connection between the board's strategic priorities and their 8 core services was seen as a way to improve the information coming to the directors. The planning process starts with the board's strategic direction. Circling into those core service priorities when delivering budgets will bring greater alignment between our planned actions and financial resources that are needed to reach those goals. A strong desire to have dedicated meeting times free of other CVRD business was seen as a way to bring focus to overall budget implications and just give that opportunity to consider the budget in a more holistic way. The current practice of creating a staff report for each service was identified as a highly labor-intensive process that included places where information and effort was duplicated. A better way could be found. A better way likely could be found. As mentioned, the culmination of the annual process is the delivery of that proposed budget to the board and subsequent deliberation with directors. We have 4 recommendations for change. Staff are planning to create a more comprehensive budget package for posting to the CVRD's website. The intent is to enhance the information and make it easier to access. With such a large volume of services under the responsibility of EASC, staff are considering preparing a separate budget package specifically tailored for EAC directors. Where key information was layered within staff reports, staff would like to move to preparing this information within a PowerPoint. And lastly, staff recommend dedicated CVRD board and EAC budget meetings. 3 meetings at this time is estimated to be needed. So just a bit more, just to give you a better idea, just coming back to that budget package and what the proposed changes are. This screen just gives you a preliminary partial sample of what we are envisioning that could look like. So the information will be organized by core service. Right now it's a chronological listing of by function number in your package. So we would like to organize it by core service. Each core service will be created into its own core service book within this package. So summary information tied to board strategy is what will start us off. You can see that on the left side there. Key success outcomes are first up, and our team will endeavor to begin identifying targets for these key success outcomes. A status update will be included for each initiative. So following that, an overall roll-up of service budgets, those financial figures can come into this summary area. This will also be followed by other key information such as around human resources. And in the case of water, for example, we could see ourselves rolling up the displaying the utility rates in this area and other user fees. So next, within each one of those core service books, there'll be what we've been identifying as the chapters, which represents those individual services. And that's what you're seeing there on the right side. It's not very, just has the top part of it, but I'll explain a bit more. So by using water services, service number 300 there, we'll start off with that standardized information that you saw us include in your staff report over this last cycle, giving that key information associated with that service. And then we'll follow up with that detailed financial information including the year-over-year change, operating and capital budget information, comprehensive reserve, and debt information as well, all in that one area. So if I can just kind of summarize the changes there in a bit of a different way. The budget package will be just organized differently. We'll build in summary information for each core service, including strategic direction, and we'll follow that for each service. And like in previous years, the same information, except we will be looking at enhancing information on capital and being able to provide full reserve and debt information right in each one of these chapters. So the whole idea is to comprehensively bring all of that together in one area. A PowerPoint will be prepared for most CVRD services, and these PowerPoints will form a part of that budget package that's published on that website. The format will help to achieve providing that consistent, standardized, concise information. So this slide, it lists main components which will be included, and I'm not going to go through each one. The components are probably quite familiar to you. However, I just wanted to note that this is consistent with what you would have seen in those staff reports and or in those PowerPoints. So we're just looking here to take the same types of informations you'll still see and have the same types of informations, just organized differently. And one of the advantages coming from this is that you have something that can serve dual purposes, be able to provide you that summary level information about the services. And also it forms that basis for us then when we're coming forward to present the services, it also can be used to go through the presentations for the services as well. So just eliminating that duplicated effort that was there when we looked at that part of the process in our review. So these are the proposed key dates. We'll get that full budget package out to the website on January 22nd. This is then available to directors and the public. We are currently working with communication to make accessing this electronic document easier, and this will also improve access to the proposed budget for the public as well. The published document will be supported by a high-level presentation made by staff at the CVRD meeting on January 23rd. Next, we'll have a couple of weeks for directors to review the information provided in the budget package, and that's in preparation of the dedicated meetings that we hope to schedule for early February. The 3 days will begin with a CVRD board meeting. I'd say that first day will be structured as follows. So we'll have a brief overview, an overview of each one of the core services. Following that, presentations for those services that are the responsibility of the CVRD board. And for example, there's multiple services that CVRD board looks at under that finance and administration core service, regional sustainability, and things like transit as well. So we'll take the time to follow up by going through in detail all of those services that are the responsibility of the board. So once we get through that body of work, a meeting of the ASC can begin. And during that meeting, the committee can hear presentations and deliberate about approximately, there's 70 services there that come under the discretion of that committee. So we'll just start to get into all those pieces. And if time permits, and we just looked at the membership on those various committees, maybe we could schedule the service that is reviewed by Black Creek Oyster Bay Committee as well, right across those 3 days. So with that concentrated effort across those 3 days, 93 services could be dealt with. And this gets us through the bulk of the work there, in essence, kind of taking that press through that concentrated effort and likely getting through about 80% of what needs to happen in that part of the process. So during the following weeks, the remaining 7 services reviewed by other committees will be handled. So we'll slot those in there. We have scheduled the week of the 26th. That will be time for us to return to any of the committees or the commission if there's additional asks that are made. So we'll just make sure we can get back during that time. In March, the board will receive their recommended budget. Bylaws can be taken at that time. or they can be done by the 26th. But you got that month of March there to finish up with recommended. And you're all aware that we need to have a bylaw by the end of the month. My last slide. So just here, just wanted to pause for 1 minute just to say we do believe that changes will bring overall improvements as we go, just build some efficiencies. Always a great goal to try to do that every single year. Just as we're saying, there's a lot of time and effort across the board that goes into things shift, and we always want to be making information better for this table as well. Just wanted to take that minute here just to say, as staff, we will have to complete fine detailed work around what needs to occur here, and we may have some shifts in what we're imagining at the moment, but we're going to do our best to get through as many improvements as we can for 2023. I'm not expecting that we'll be able to get through everything that we want to do, that package is going to be exactly as we're imagining right now. And at this point in time, we are estimating that it'll probably take us 2 cycles before we actually get through all of these initiatives we have on our table right now. So I'll just want to thank you for your time and consideration of these changes. We're available for questions, and we absolutely welcome any other piece of feedback that you may have for us. We recognize that we didn't purposely come to the table early on to ask for your feedback, but for sure, just provide us any advice that you may have for us or anything that you're looking for, and we'll do our best to make some changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. And we're much more excited than we're showing right now.
Yeah, that's good.
So we'll start with Director Arbor.
Awesome.
Thanks. When I have my tea, I put the hot water and then I put the tea pouch and then I put milk, and so that's like same process every time. So when I saw this report come forward, I was really worried and slightly angry and anxious because I like the predictability of like what we've had. But what you've presented tonight is actually growing on me, and actually I might even like it. So what I do like is to have all the information up front. I think that's positive. I guess part of my angst or anxiety was around last year. There was a moment where, or 2 years ago, there was a moment where staff attempted to present 5 fire budgets in my area in 4 slides, and I had 2 capital projects. We're building Union Bay and the Denman Fire Hall. So looking at $6 million in capital projects in 4 slides, I was not happy. So when I saw efficiency, I was expecting that kind of approach of less information. But what you're saying is actually we're going to get the same amount of information, except earlier. I really like that because, and then did you say that that information would also be posted on the website for the public to look at? Because in my area, the public really pays attention, not to all the budget, but to the budget they care about. So, and usually we get it on Friday and we debate it on Monday. So are you saying this might be posted on the website as well for everybody to see at the start of the cycle?
Our goal is to prepare that comprehensive package.
Yeah.
At the onset of that process for the board. So on January 22nd, all of the material will be prepared in one package. So we would put it out on the website then, access to the directors. In essence, we're delivering that proposed budget. So the whole thing to be out there, access for this table and access for the public as well.
Let me clarify a little bit, including those tables and a little bit of detail you had in slide 2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay, now I love it. So I'm on board. Thank you.
Okay.
Director McCollum.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think the suggested changes make a lot of sense. And I mean, the budget process, there's so many pieces to it at the regional district level that it always seems a bit rushed to me. And I sometimes feel a little bit lost as to how close we are to the end of the process. So I think this is great. My only concern is just the time frame between when directors will receive that proposed budget versus when we first get the overview. Just knowing that we usually see agendas posted right at the end of the day, and then that's really just an evening that we have to look at that material before we're having it presented the following day. And it is nice to have a little bit more leeway to review. So just wondering what the thought is behind such a short timeline between those two things.
So maybe if I can through the chair is just maybe express some of the concerns or options around that. You know, I think we work hard to prepare that proposed budget for this table. Two options. We can put all that information out to you. Yes, we're going to make it as concise and clear as possible. It's still a lot of information to digest, and then it's all out there. I'm always hopeful that that overview presentation that we prepare for you, where your CFO delivers it to this board, is helpful to bring even a higher level context to what's happening out there. Because our job in that PowerPoint, in that presentation, is to give you, is to really highlight for you. So what are we seeing in this budget? Where do we see some major changes? Where do we see some risks? You're all interested in what the implications are to each one of your various communities. So that's what we would absolutely be envisioning, and I'm hopeful that that helps to bring another level of context to you as you're then getting into that part, to that whole detail that's sitting there in that full package. So like both of those to go out and around the same time. So maybe it's only going to be there a day before, maybe it'll be ready on the Friday before that week. I'm not really sure, but there before that delivery presentation comes from myself, not too early that you're getting in there and maybe not having to fish for things and whatnot, or the public's getting in there and drawing conclusions, and then if it's just that short couple of days, for example, you get the overall, and then that information about implications to taxpayers and the risks that are in here and how much tax requisitions have gone up or down, et cetera, can be provided as well and spoken to.
Okay, yeah, I guess just my comment around all that is that it is always nice to do the background prep in advance of the meeting, and it is a big package. And also for the purpose of public transparency, if we are releasing it to the public, I don't know if it comes across as excellent transparency when we release something publicly like the day before, because our other agendas have multiple days up on the website. And I don't know if the public would take issue with that or not, but it seems like we should be consistent in that practice when possible. I recognize that's not always a deliverable, but if that's possible, I would prefer it. Thanks.
Can I just make one more little comment about that piece? That's okay.
Yeah, and James is waiting to speak as well.
I'm sorry, James.
Oh, go ahead, Lucy. Go ahead. I can.
I just super quickly just took a note there, because from a public engagement perspective and trying to make it as clear as possible to the public how this process works, we'll just try to make sure that they understand what's happening at that point. And we'll take that back for sure. If we can manage to have the package, potentially a report that maybe goes with it, and our PowerPoint that we use for delivering that budget, maybe we'll be able to put that all out at once. I can't 100% commit to that, because it's a lot of shift and change for us in 1 year, but we can try here. Okay.
I think, and just maybe to add to that, to your concern about the publication of the proposed budget package, the big package, it says January 22nd in the report, and then the next day is the delivery of that budget, the CFO presentation, as Lucy mentioned. It's the deep dive over the 3 days dedicated on the first week of February 5th to 9th. It says in the table. That's the deep dive where the individual budgets and services will be looked at. And so what I like about this time frame is it actually gives a couple of weeks there between the publication of all the material and the request of the board to engage with us for 3 days straight to do that deep dive. So there is a good chunk of time there, I think, that would be helpful.
And Kevin?
Yes, thank you through the chair to the directors. Yeah, I just want to support what the acting CAO was speaking of. So maybe to put this in the frame of how we've been typically doing this to this point. So this initial first blush that Lucy was speaking to is very much like the consolidated presentation that we've brought forward to the board. It's very high level. It speaks to what are those key highlights, what are the key messaging that we're going to be relaying. But absolutely, we want to make sure that that package is out sufficient enough time, that roughly 2 weeks, where the board will have full time to digest that, to articulate your thoughts, your feedback, and the public will also have that same opportunity. And then the deep dive will really happen in those dedicated meeting days. Because we have found it somewhat problematic that when we're trying to bring all of these various budgets back in amongst other regular business that goes on, it can be very distracting, certainly for yourselves and for staff, to try to kind of wean this in with it. And it just makes very long days as well. The hope is we can really just focus in on the financial plan and what those implications are. As Lucy articulated, we're hoping to bring back more fulsome information at the onset, things like what the board has been used to be hearing of house tables. So, we will certainly be undertaking to bring some of those more impact type information to you, so that as you're going into those deeper details with respect to the core service budgets, and then those chapters as we frame them with respect to the individual services, you should have better information to educate yourselves on the decisions that you're making.
Thank you. Director Arbor?
I really love it, Chair. And because what I'm thinking too is this deals with the problem too of receiving your package on Friday at 4 p.m. And our meeting for the EAs is on Monday at 10 a.m. So there is no access to staff over the weekend. I stopped myself many times from calling at 2 in the morning on a Saturday because I wanted some budget information. But you know what I mean? It was an unnecessary time pressure as we were doing those individual budget, and that resolves that issue. So yeah, no, kudos to Lucy and Kevin and the rest of the management team for coming up with this. I really like it.
Okay, thank you. So we're on receipt. I don't see any further lights, so all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Recommendation that CVRD endorse the proposed changes to the 2024 financial plan process as described. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Grant. Voted full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we're moving on to item 9, Electoral Area Service Committee, September 11th. And I just wanted to, the next item is about the Ukrainian Cultural Society. Oh, right. Okay. So it was considered at the Electoral Area Service Committee on Monday. So it was a follow-up, I guess, to a request there. And Director Hardy, I guess there was some action taken in response to the Ukrainian Cultural Society that you want to speak to?
Yeah, sure. I can update the board. So there was a delegation that came in a couple of weeks ago with regards to the Ukrainian Society requesting $15,000 to help out with their coordinator for some of their costs for their coordinator. And Electoral Area Services Committee went back, revisited the request, and between areas A, B, and C, we were able to take some dollars out of our rural community funds to direct towards that process. And then, of course, we also voted on an additional $2,500 to go to the society with regards to help them out with their communications moving forward here as well.
Great, thank you so much.
Through the Arts and Culture program. Thanks.
Thank you for that update. Okay, so moving on to recommendation 1. It's a development variance permit for Munster Road.
Second.
Moved by Grant, seconded by Grieve. It's a vote of the areas. All in favor? Any opposed? Arbor opposed? The motion is carried. So we've already done recommendation 2. We're moving on to recommendation 3. Thank you. Moved by Grieve, seconded by Grant regarding a floodplain exemption. And that's for Andrew Avenue. It's voted the areas. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Recommendation 4. Moved by Grieve, seconded by Grant. It's a referral. And that is for Roy Creek Farm. Go ahead, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I just thought I would bring that one to the attention of the fuller board and especially for Courtney councillors. I remember a while back, 3 years ago during COVID, there was I think I missed a public hearing actually online about the ridge and some expansion that was happening there. Anyways, this one is in 2018, the Comox Valley Regional District specified that you couldn't have cannabis operations anywhere in the regional district in our bylaws. And the idea was this would open the door for specific applications to come forward on a case by case. So basically it was zoned out of our regular bylaws. I'm probably not explaining it like Elena would, but we'll spare her. Oh, she said it's good. So anyways, we've received our first application and I expect that I'm actually in support that it's an Indigenous person who has a farm but it's right next to the ridge. So that's why I'm bringing it to your attention is I think the city of Courtney is going to get a referral on this because there has been odor issues in the past. And I asked also our staff and they confirmed that some of the immediate residents would be notified about that. So it's one of those boundary area places like Cumberland, Comox or whatever. Thank you.
Okay, so again, it's a vote of the areas. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. On to recommendation 5. Moved by Grant, seconded by Kerr, and this is the board approving a letter to Hornby Island Community Economic Enhancement Corporation. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Director Arbor.
I'm just finishing a small contract with HiSeek, and with abundance of caution, I will remove myself from the room for this decision.
Okay. So this is a application by Hornby Island's economic enhancement to the Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure Program, FCM and GMF. This is a vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're on to bylaws and resolutions for first, second, and third reading. First, we have bylaw 785, the property tax exemption bylaw. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Grant for first and second. So vote the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? You're opposed?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. So that was recorded, McCollum. Okay, thank you. That's carried. For third. Hillian and Grant. Thank you. And all in favor? Any opposed? McCollum opposed. Thank you. And this is bylaw number 786, the property tax exemption as well for 786. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Grant, and it's a vote of the board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Moved by Grieve, seconded by McCollum. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. We're on to bylaws for adoption. First, we have bylaw 766, the Comox Valley Emergency Program Extended Service Bylaw, amendment number 4, moved by Grant, seconded by Hillian. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. On to item 4.
782.
Bylaw 782, moved by Grieve, seconded by Grant. That's planning procedures and fees for adoption. It's a vote of the areas only. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And bylaw 783, development permit delegation bylaw, amendment number 5, moved by Grieve, seconded by Grant for adoption. Vote of the areas only. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. On to item 6, that's bylaw number 787, municipal ticket information bylaw, amendment number 24. Moved by Grant, seconded by Cole Hamilton. for adoption of both the areas only. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Bylaw 788, bylaw adjudication ticketing bylaw amendment number 4. Grieve and sorry, I missed the other person. Director Grant, thank you. And again, a vote of the areas. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. I think that brings us to the end. Right. We have to move to restricted.